Class of 2021, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Hello to all our fellow guests, faculty, administration, and our 2021 graduating class of RCC. My name is Shay Kim, and I am this year's student body president of Riverside City College. Congratulations, Tigers. You did it. You have hit another exciting chapter in your life. As I was writing this speech in my tiny room after a long day of Zoom meetings and classes, I wasn't sure what I was going to talk about. Then it hit me. I asked myself, what is one thing this graduating class has in common? I said to myself, Shay, this class has survived a pandemic and had to go through this academic year pretty much all online, which I will discuss later. But I want to reflect a little through our college experience. Luckily, I had personally had the opportunity of being on campus for classes and that freshman college experience, which many of you have probably also gone through. If not, let me enlighten you with some memories. Man, do I miss having to tailgate someone that parked on the parking structure for me to ask, hey, do you need a ride to your car, in hopes I can take their parking space so I can make the class that is on the other side? Do you remember having to go to the bookstore to purchase books for your classes and to see the line is longer than the line at Disneyland for Space Mountain? Then after you head down to the cafeteria to also witness someone taking the last chicken tender strips. That is the definition of pain and what I like to call, if you know, you know. Despite these great memories, I was also able to create favorites. One time on a Halloween spirit night for the RCC Marching Tigers, I remember a band member dressing up as Baymax to rehearsal. In my time at RCC, making these remarkable memories, I didn't think for one moment where it would come a day when these memories would have to be on pause. On March 2020 of spring term is when everyone's life and routine shifted due to COVID-19, or as Urban Dictionary likes to call it, the Rona. It was only a matter of time until we became used to seeing people in masks and social distancing while also sanitizing our hands every chance we could get. Yet one of the most underrated topics that is truly not talked enough about is how the class of 2021 was able to complete this year under an online format. Transitioning from an on-campus to online was not only a sudden change to our schedules, but even simply our health. It becomes exhausting when the only thing you have to look forward to is your 9 a.m. class. With that being said, there are probably plans you have made for yourself that didn't necessarily go accordingly because of COVID-19. Maybe you wanted to meet friends on campus or join clubs that met in person. Maybe it was a job that you were so excited to start, or even just to enjoy those chicken tenders trips at the cafeteria. I am sure those changes in your life were not easy to adjust to, but don't worry. I believe those changes shaped everyone to focus on themselves in their own special way that led you to be here today. So, to my fellow Tigers, I really just want to exclaim how proud I am, and I applaud your perseverance, patience, and diligence. This day is your day. Recognize that because you deserve it. However it is that you're spending today, I want every student graduating to know you are being thought of. For those long hours in your room or at a cafe drinking a Red Bull or coffee to study for your exam, or that 10-page essay you wrote, or being able to endure classes back to back. Your hard work is recognized by all the associate students of Riverside City College, faculty, administrations, your parents, and peers. As you take on the next chapter in your life, whether that be at a Cal State or a UC, landing your dream job, taking on a new family, I want you to always remember this day. Take this day close to your heart and remember how far you have come. I want to leave you with this quote from Dr. Seuss. Kid, you'll move mountains. Today is your day. Your mountain is waiting, so get on your way. Thank you, and once again, congratulations to the class of 2021.
Welcome to the 104th commencement ceremony of Riverside City College. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to celebrate the accomplishments of the class of 2021. With profound gratitude, I recognize the illustrious Board of Trustees. Ms. Mary Figueroa, President. Mr. Bill Hedrick, Vice President. Mr. Jose Alcala, Secretary. Ms. Virginia Blumenthal, Trustee. Ms. Tracy Vicar, Trustee. Ivan Hess, Student Trustee. I also want to recognize the college's executive leadership team. Dr. Farida Carter, Vice President, Student Services. Dr. Christy DeMemo, Interim Vice President, Planning and Development. And Dr. Chip West, Vice President, Business Services. Let us also recognize our distinguished speakers. Dr. Mark Selleck, President of the Academic Senate. Ms. Shay Kim, President of the Associated Students of RCC. And Mix Caress Bolter, our 2021 Student Commencement Speaker. 104 years ago, Riverside City College opened its doors. A lot has changed since that day. One thing has not: our commitment to education and completion. Graduates, each of you has committed your heart and intellect to completing your journey here at Riverside City College. I'm sure you join us today with mixed emotions. I expect that most would admit to feeling pride, excitement, and relief. Some may be sad or anxious about entering the next chapter of your life. I assure you, your professors, the college's leaders, and the program professional staff are here to support you even as you move on. I want to congratulate every member of the class of 2021 for reaching your goals. I also want to thank the members of your support team, our faculty, classified professionals, and administrators, as well as your spouses, your children, your parents, your friends, your mentors, everybody who's contributed to your success. Together, we celebrate your success. It is certain that this past year has brought about significant changes in the way education is delivered. We have learned that our delivery mode online must be just as resilient as our physical campuses. We also have learned that the way we have always done things isn't always the answer. I'm extremely proud of our faculty for the new and innovative ways that they are teaching, and I'm also proud of the creative ways our students, you all graduates, have been learning. We all understand the challenges our coworkers and classmates are facing, yet even a pandemic has not been able to stop you from earning your degree or certificate. Many of you have shared your computer or internet with family members. You've tried to find quiet places to study, while others have become at-home teachers to your children or your younger siblings. Through all that, you have persevered. We salute you for all you have done. So often I hear about the amazing work our faculty are doing to maximize learning. None of the colleges or universities where I've worked has a faculty whose excellence exceeds that of RCC. A few recent examples of this include student success, viewpoints, publishing online, cybersecurity, and Model United Nations students assuming top international and national awards, music students performing virtually. Without in-person instruction, many of our technical programs were challenged. Our nursing dean and professors will be the first to say that technology saved the nursing program and allowed us to graduate just as many nurses as we did pre-pandemic. We all know nurses play a significant role in saving lives. Have you ever thought about how students learn virtually? Through an investment of more than 400 iPads issued to such students, instruction and practical learning continued virtually to prepare the next generation of healthcare workers. The students have also been on the front lines during the pandemic, first aiding with testing all over Southern California, and now administering COVID-19 vaccinations here on campus and again throughout Southern California. College faculty, staff, and administrators have been taking incredible pride in ensuring student learning continues, creating equitable opportunity and supporting the potential of all students to achieve their highest potential. We do so through our 8 instructional pathways, engagement centers, and success coaches. And we do so through award-winning arts, athletics, student clubs and organizations. This college recognizes and benefits from the diversity of our students and the communities they come from. Diversity includes age, race, gender, ethnicity, and sexual orientation, along with many other identifiers. We recognize our military-connected students, students with disabilities, undocumented students, all of who have overcome challenges to succeed in your journey. We're also devoted to each one of you. Every student is of great value to us at RCC, and every student deserves an opportunity to succeed. Some interesting facts about your class and fellow graduates. The class of 2021 earned 5,345 degrees and certificates, 200 more than last year. The youngest degree recipient this year is 17, and the oldest is 66 years young. 1,147 of you are graduating with honors. That's, again, 200 more students who have earned this distinction than last year. To the class of 2021, some of you will move on to fine colleges and universities across the state and nation, while others will join the workforce. Data consistently shows that many of you will remain in the area, beginning careers, raising families, and contributing to the local economy and strengthening civic society. All of you have proven your potential as leaders. Your capacity to succeed knows no bounds. No matter what path you take after leaving RCC, be certain that your degree or certificate and your experience is foundational to your continued success. As you graduate, remember that you are forever a part of RCC and forever a Tiger. Tiger pride is not a feeling you get at a football game alone or being on campus. It's in us all. It's deep inside you. Don't let today be the last day to connect with RCC. Keep us in your minds and hearts forever. Today, we celebrate your accomplishments. You've come so far, and now I wish you happiness. I wish you good health. I wish you success. On behalf of the RCC faculty, classified professionals, administrators, and the RCCD Board of Trustees and Chancellor Dr. Isak, congratulations to the class of 2021.
Good afternoon. Let me begin by offering my congratulations to you, members of the class of 2021, and by giving my thanks to all of you who have given them your support. I am Mark Selick, and I'm a professor of political science and the president of the Riverside City College Academic Senate. As a representative of the college's faculty, I'd like to express our gratitude to all of you for supporting the college and all of us who work here. Last year, when we all had to respond to the spreading coronavirus pandemic and events that highlighted the pervasiveness of the scourge of systemic racism, I noted in my speech to the graduating class of 2020 that we would not have an easy path going forward. Little did I know that we would only be looking at what appears to be the final stages of the pandemic here a year later. I did know, however, that eradicating the vestiges of systemic racism will take longer for us to accomplish. During the last year, I've witnessed many members of our community endure a great deal of hardship and show an amazing amount of fortitude. I have been party to difficult conversations with members of our college and our community regarding how to respond to our present moment, what initiatives we should pursue to chart a path toward increasing equity, access, and success, and where we should go next. I've talked with my students and my colleagues about the strain they've been under, how our situation has affected their physical and mental health, and what challenges they faced. I hope that I've done my part in giving voice to those who need it, by being sincere regarding my own struggles, and by redoubling my commitment to our students, our colleagues, and our community. None of this has been easy, and all of us are keenly aware of how extraordinarily challenging it has been for all of you to chart your courses for your future when the present has been so tumultuous. But I think it's important to point out how your perseverance has offered us inspiration in these daunting times. You have made it even more clear to us how necessary it is for us to have an institution that is committed to inclusion and fosters a climate of love and acceptance, while at the same time offering the foundation for growth and development by challenging our students and ourselves. You have provided my colleagues with a fresh injection of optimism and a desire to do better and to be better. You have already given us so much in this process, and we are all so proud of you and thankful for the time that we've had with you. We are committed to your success and will continue to be here for you. Please enjoy the rest of this day. Thank you to my colleagues for showing their continued trust in me, and thank you to the friends and family members who have shown their love and support for all of you. Be well and stay safe.
Greetings, Riverside City College's tenacious class of 2021. This address is for you. You, watching through your screen like you have been this past year and a half. Surely most of us did not expect this to still be our reality. Yet here we are, still strong, still resilient, and prouder than ever of all we have been able to accomplish. Fellow graduates, though these are still precarious times, we have witnessed beacons of hope in the distance. This hope taking many different forms for each of us here today. We've been hearing a lot about hope this past year, so I ask that you take a second to reflect on what hope looked like to you. Would you be surprised if I told you that hope one day presented itself to me in the form of a jury duty summons? A bit strange, wouldn't you say? Before I came to Riverside City College, I was working a corporate job doing something I hated, but growing up always wanted to practice law. That was the dream. Now, despite my affinity for the legal world, I dreaded having to show up at the courthouse. Reluctantly, I went, and to my surprise, they kept me on the trial as a juror. That's where I saw them. Two very young, powerful, and dignified female attorneys entering the room. I was amazed. After the week-long trial, we were given a chance to speak with the attorneys, and as you can imagine, I was first in line. After I chatted their ears off, I asked them plainly, "Is it too late for me to go back to school?" I'm here today, so I'm sure you can guess what they said. That same day, I enrolled for winter of 2020 to pursue political science. Although short-lived, being back on campus felt strange. I was not as bright-eyed as I initially thought, though nevertheless, I persisted and made it a priority to involve myself in campus life. I've had the absolute privilege of being a part of this college's renowned Model United Nations program. And it was in empowering spaces such as this where I began to come into myself as an RCC Tiger. This institution is home to some of the most intelligent, driven, humble, and genuinely hilarious students I have ever met. And we supported each other through this mutual struggle called community college. Through it all, I had people to turn to, celebrating the victories and uplifting each other through the failures. Around my 1-year anniversary since becoming a Tiger, my father was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Then, a few days prior to the New York Model United Nations conference, my grandmother passed away, and I could no longer participate alongside my team after months of research and preparation. But in time of darkness, my community remained a light. Thank you to my teammates and peers for your grace and friendship. It meant more than you know. To Dr. Kendra Weber for her leadership and relentless determination to help her students achieve their goals. To Dr. Mark Selleck, a model of what any educator should aspire to, for his allyship and true commitment to his students and this college. What this institution, these educators, advisors, and peers gave me and so many others was hope. Hope to change your life, your future. Hope for a second chance, for a place to belong, for a friend, for a mentor, a platform. Hope that your voice will be heard. Graduates, I see how hard you have worked. Whether you just rolled over in bed and logged into Zoom, I see you. Whether you couldn't attend online lectures because you had to work to support yourself and your family, I see you. Whether you needed just a little more time to finish that assignment because you've been busy caring for a sick loved one, I see you. These times have not been easy, and because of that, I ask that you carry those experiences with you after you leave Riverside City College, and look to them when you are in a place of doubt. We are a diverse community, and there is power in your struggle. This world needs to hear more stories from our children of immigrants and undocumented students, from survivors, from the young and outspoken hijabi, from our queer pioneers, from the single parents, from our underrepresented Southeast Asian leaders, and from the young Black students who have stood at the forefront of change for generations. Graduates, your stories and intersections are beautiful. Do not let anyone convince you otherwise. We carry those experiences on our shoulders. Those beacons of hope we see in the distance are the lights that sit on the shoulders of those who have struggled before us, those who have fought the systems that be, those who gave their lives, and those who continue to persevere in a world that was not made for them. Graduates, you are beacons in this world. Wherever you go forth from now, I hope you never stop sharing your light, and that you never forget the story you authored here at Riverside City College. Congratulations, class of 2021. We did it.
449 days. That's the number of days from March 19th of 2020 to today. For just a moment, let's reflect on what has been accomplished during those 449 days. First, there is you, the 2021 graduating class. The fact that you stayed in the course, battled through days of uncertainty, adversity, maybe even some dark moments to reach your goal of graduation. COVID-19 did not beat you. It may have affected you, your family, or a friend, but it didn't divert you from your educational dreams. Your resilience makes delivering this graduation message even more gratifying for myself as Chancellor of the Riverside Community College District, and I'm sure the three college presidents, Dr. Robin Steinbach, Dr. Monica Green, and Dr. Gregory Anderson, all agree that celebrating the 2021 graduating class is one of the highlights in our personal academic careers. As a member of Generation Z, or as you are better known, Zoomers, you are part of the social generation, a generation raised with access to the internet and portable digital technology from a young age. COVID-19 certainly tested your digital technology knowledge. Ironic, isn't it? Zoomers, actually Zoom, is probably a word you can go without hearing for a while. In time, historians may look back and list you Zoomers as one of the most challenged generations, joining the likes of the GI generation and the World War II generation. We know the determination it took to get here today. When I reflect on the last 449 days, I think about determination of the doctors, nurses, lab technicians, firefighters, police, EMTs, mechanics, logistics, professionals, paramedics, truck drivers, and other professionals who took up the call for humanity. Do you know what they all had going for them? They were educated in their chosen career field. Knowledge is a powerful instrument, especially when harnessed for positive purposes. Think where we might be today without scientist Ugur Shahin and Ozam Turechi, leaders in oncology and infectious diseases who pioneered personalized immunotherapy treatment for cancer. Their groundbreaking research in the field of modified genetic code was the foundation of an effective coronavirus vaccine. Or how about 35-year-old Hamilton Bennett, Senior Director of Vaccine Access and Partnership at Moderna? At the age of 35, she became what many in the medical field consider a hero when working at warp speed. She helped engineer a COVID vaccine, potentially saving millions of lives. They took their education and kept moving forward, learning, researching, studying, trying, and yes, probably failing. They never stopped, just tried again. And when humanity called, they were willing to share research in search of the greater good. One of you here today could create a breakthrough in dental sciences. You could become a respected defender of social justice issues, developer of a new law enforcement procedures, life-saving fire technology, be a change maker in social and human services, or develop a means to logistically move product faster and more effectively. The list of possibilities is endless. Technology and individual creativity only stops when you allow it to. The point is that learning has no end. You can educate yourself until your very last breath on this world. My hope for you is that you never stop learning. One day humanity may need you, your community may rely on you, your family may depend on your educational capabilities. Don't hesitate when called upon either. Remember, failure doesn't last, but your success could live forever. Your education is unique. It can't be shown, yet it can be shared. It can't be seen, but it can be useful. And most of all, it cannot be taken from you. Your diploma or certificates tells a story, your story of success. Congratulations on completing this chapter in your life's story. I look forward to reading future chapters of your successes. Congratulations, class of 2021.
Class of 2021, I truly want to thank you. Faculty, staff, and leadership have learned so much from you. COVID-19 disrupted the education process more than any other event in our country's history. On Friday, March 13th, 2020, campuses across the globe fell into soundlessness, yet you persisted. Using Canvas and Zoom, you remained engaged. Despite quirky hotspots and technology glitches, you prevailed. We have learned of the great divide when it comes to technology resources. We have also realized that student success requires more than financial aid, affordable books, and scholarly curriculum. Millions of students across this country lack the access to their technology resources, which derailed their dreams. Yet, here you are. You have overcome a number of obstacles in order to achieve your dream of being a college graduate. While I realize this virtual celebration may fall short, the inability to walk across the stage to cheering family members isn't lost on just you. It's a loss for all of us. A backyard or kitchen ceremony isn't the same as celebrating with hundreds of your peers, family, faculty, and staff. Commencement has always held a special place in my heart. As a graduate of Riverside City College, I know what a milestone day this is. All the same, I have learned it is no longer about applauding the fact that you earned a college diploma or certificate. It's about being able to look forward, imagining the opportunities that lie ahead. Perhaps it is a new career, an opportunity for job advancement, or more advanced degree completions. Whatever your intended journey, I am glad that one of the tremendous colleges of Riverside Community College District was your launchpad.
As we emerge from this pandemic, my hope is that we can further embrace diversity in this country. As attendees of one of the 3 colleges, each a certified Hispanic serving institution, I believe you have a better understanding of what diversity looks like and what the benefits can be. More than ever, we need a generation who was front and center with caring words and giving actions. Having a diverse group of student peers and faculty has enriched your educational experience, improved your communication and thought processing skills, challenged your stereotypes, better prepared you for the workplace, and hopefully positioned you as a future leader in your community and workplace. We live in a country where subgroups frequently face dire circumstances and where ethnic fault lines cut profoundly through our daily lives. Right now, schools and school systems across the country are confronting the question, do Americans have the backbone and empathy to build a more inclusive and less segregated country? America will need to address the status quo. Removing racism and embracing diversity will be one of the greatest challenges to this country, but it doesn't have to be the final chapter in our history. The inability to accept diversity is a choice. as much as a decision to love and respect one another. This pandemic has created a world of need and exposed this country's weaknesses. But hope is also surfacing once again. I call on you graduates to use your voices. Lend an ear or a hand to turn the tide. We must recognize that our neighbors and all other community members are our partners. Together, we can reformulate the practices that tarnished our country. This is a time for all of us to use our talents, intellect, and voices for productive purposes in order to steer this country on a righteous path for everyone. Lean on your education and personal values over fists and destruction. Show us the path to tolerance, peace, and understanding. As college graduates become the leaders of change and improvement in your homes, workplaces, and community. Congratulations, graduates of 2021.
On behalf of the Riverside Community College Board of Trustees and Chancellor, it is my honor and privilege to be here with you today. During the next 10 years, the United States is projected to see a job surge, and over 6 million jobs are expected to return or be created. Two of the largest growth industries are projected to be in healthcare and the technology sectors, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And after this year with the pandemic, these career fields are essential. Additionally, jobs in the public service careers, computer system design, business management, artificial intelligence and gaming, environmental engineering, arts and media are all expected to see the top job growth for family living wage. The good news is that by earning your associate degree or certificate, you have begun to pull yourself from an entry-level position to a full-time career trajectory. Based on the 2020 earnings and unemployment rates by the Educational Attainment Report, an associate degree will increase your earning potential by nearly $800 a month over an individual with a high school diploma. And when you continue your education and earn a bachelor's degree, you can increase your earning power by over $500 a week from someone holding just a high school diploma. It is important to remember that learning remains a lifelong journey. Doing so will give you the tools needed to pivot in the ever-changing job market. Be aware of technology advancements that can affect your job. Establish a personal brand. Stay abreast of industry trends and become a strategic networker. And always look ahead. Remember, life doesn't come at you from the rear, but head on. And always be ready to change and to develop a mindset to accept it and adapt when necessary.
As an educator for almost 40 years, I know firsthand the impact a professor can make in a classroom or even on Zoom. Teaching excellence is something that is highlighted daily within the Riverside Community College District. Faculty work tirelessly to identify new and exhilarating ways to encourage and assist students in achieving their goals. For example, recently Moreno Valley College biology professor Joanna Werner-Freyschek assembled 31 biology students to participate in the U.S. Ant Project, a national effort to collect and identify ants by DNA barcoding. Thanks to her out-of-the-box leadership and the students' work, they identified 2 new species of ants and, in examining DNA, discovered 2 novel sequences and 3 new polymorphisms. At Norco College, Ruben Aguilar went from student to professor, a veteran and Purple Heart recipient. Aguilar led the student effort for a Veterans Resource Center. Today, Aguilar, who was recognized as the district's 64th Alumnus of the Year, works at the college as a kinesiology professor, where he has been instrumental in developing wellness webinars for staff and students during the pandemic. At Riverside City College, the Accreditation Council for Business Schools and Programs, a worldwide organization, selected business and entrepreneurship professor Don Anjane Wilcoxon as the recipient of the 2021 Teaching Excellence Award. One of only 20 faculty to earn this prestigious award this year, Wilcoxon was recognized for exemplifying teaching superiority. And faculty advisors Kendra Lynn Weber and Daryush Hakiyat mentored the Model United Nations team to an Outstanding Delegation Award at the 2021 International Model United Nations Conference, with 3 students winning individual awards. By attending one of our colleges, you have received some of the best instruction in this state, if not the country. You have been challenged to feel, think, and explore in order to master career objectives. Your professors have encouraged you to dig deeper in your educational pursuits in order to develop and demonstrate a commitment, perhaps even a love, for your chosen field. I know that our exceptional faculty have prepared you for whatever comes tomorrow, and I understand that your successful devotion to this educational journey will impact your tomorrows for years to come. I wish you the very best in all your future endeavors.
The colleges in the Riverside Community College District are some of the most diverse in higher education institutions. Moreno Valley, Norco, and Riverside City Colleges impact the most at-risk populations in the Inland Empire. Since the pandemic, these populations find themselves severely affected with increasing inequality, but they don't have to. Community colleges remain a prominent solution to economic recovery from this pandemic. Riverside Community College District will remain focused in its advocacy efforts as a way to encourage educational opportunities as a means to move our communities forward. Education needs to remain affordable, attainable, and a regular goal for future generations. To be here today, you persevered in light of huge barriers. The fact that you are graduating in 2021 is a testament to your character and commitment to learning. Today, your graduation day isn't only a reflection of completing your studies, it is a verification of your strength in a time of adversity. Remain determined as you move forward, whether it be in the continuance of degree completion or launching your career. The challenges of today are different than those in March of 2020. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to be stronger. I hope that you will involve yourself in your community, supporting the mission of an education and the possibilities of a better life for all who seek knowledge as a means to improve their life outcomes. I hope through my words and those of my fellow board members that we have conveyed the pride we have in each one of you graduates. As you move forward in your life and careers, please stay connected with your college and the RCCD Foundation. We will always be so proud to call you alumni. On behalf of the Riverside Community College District and the Board of Trustees, I am pleased to accept the class of 2021. Congratulations, class of 2021.
Graduates, it is with great pleasure that I ask you to turn your tassels. Esteemed guests, it's my honor to introduce to you the Riverside City College class of 2021, Riverside Community College District Board of Trustees. The Riverside City College class of 2021 is composed of candidates for the Associate of Arts and Associate of Science degrees and recipients of the Riverside City College program certificates. On behalf of the faculty, staff, and administration of the college, it is my distinct pleasure to present to you RCC's class of 2021.
Jose I. Abad, Patricia A. Abad, Ethan D. Abarca, Nikolai G. Abayan, Zaid M. Abbasi, Christina A. Abatiello, Haydar M. Aboud, Kaharu S. Abe, Shunta C. Abe, Marissa N. Abella, Crystal A. Abeta, One J. Abma, Isabel F. Abreu, Joseph E. Abreu, Omoreji Abu, Nora M. Albuquerque, Ulysses D. Aberto, Janet M. Abzak, Anna T. Acebo, Daniel V. Acedo, Aaron S. Acevedo, Hazel Acevedo, Alyssa S. Aceves, Eric N. Aceves, Alejandra Acosta, Anne Marie C. Acosta, Katerina A. Acosta, Monica P. Acosta, Raul R. Acosta, Andrew G. Adame, David G. Adams, Nathan D. Adams, Talia N. Adams, Timothy S. Adams, Jayeola J. Adejuyigbe, Jibola J. Adejuyebi, Adetokunbo W. Ademosun, Lauren E. Adkins, Ode P. Adol, Victoria K. Agbilusi, Adriana Agredano, Obiamaka L. Agu, Crystal A. Aguayo, Jesus A. Aguayo, Catherine E. Aguilar, Emilio Aguilar II, Jacqueline Aguilar, Jose L. Aguilar Jr., Joseph A. Aguilar, Kelvin L. Aguilar, Maria D. Aguilar, Richard W. Aguilar, Sabrina A. Aguilar, Samuel P. Aguilar, Veronica Aguilar, Victoria Aguilar, Estefani Aguilar Uribe, Elisa I. Aguirre, Jamie R. Aguirre, Caitlin A. Aguirre, Abigail C. Aguirre Garcia, Christopher P. Akins, Kimberly H. Vasquez, Amir N. Al-Husseini, Kamar Al-Rubai, Aranza Alarcon, Aveline Alarcon, Isabel Alba, Megan L. Alberry, Angelica E. Albert, Melissa F. Albus, Brittany C. Alcala, Daniel Alcala, Diego Alcala, Erica G. Alcala, Mariela Alcala, Matthew S. Aldana, Kimberly E. Alexander, Zachary J. Alexander, Anthony Y. Alexander, Sophia V. Alfano, Harold V. Alfaro, Lana Alhanbali,
Mavish S. Ali,
Bella Alieva, Joseph A. Alipranti, Norris Alcoracia, Omar A. Alkendi, Lindsay R. Allen, Serena K. Allen, Jessica F. Allenbach, Mohammed I. Al-Makari, Crystal N. Almazan, Derek Alonso, Sherlyn Alonso, Sammy W. Alsadek, Nehaya D. Al-Shamari, Cassidy A. Altivers, Miguel A. Alva Patina, Alexa M. Alvarado, Alicia M. Alvarado, Brenda Alvarado, Emily M. Alvarado, Julia Alvarado, Luis D. Alvarado, Yolanda Alvarado, Adrian A. Alvarez, Adrian A. Alvarez, Amy Alvarez, Angie V. Alvarez, Elizabeth Alvarez, Guadalupe Alvarez, Carolyn F. Alvarez, Marissa Alvarez, Pauline R. Alvarez, Yvette Alvarez, Ali O. Alzine, Liliana O. Alzine, Brandon A. Amador, Madeline R. Amaral, Perla F. Amaral, Karina Amaro Rinconi. Crystal Ambrose. Marlon Ambrose Alejandre. Francesca S. Amendola. Ethan J. Emure. Yesenia Amagon. Rihanna Amir. Selena Anaya. Amanda M. Anchondo. Michaela Ansira. Raul E. Andaya. Matthew D. Anderson. Michaela M. Anderson. Ray L. Anderson. Tori E. Anderson. James P. Andra. Amy L. Andrade. Brianna A. Andrade. Victor E. Andrade III. Dylan P. Andreessen. Chelsea C. Angel. Samantha D. Angel. Uche P. Annie. Gunnar R. Antolon. Hunter D. Antolon. Laura M. Antonio Gonzalez. Sean P. Antrim. Maria R. Apodaca. Vincent F. Apostle. Priscilla M. Aragon. Karina M. Aragon Alvarado. Anthony D. Aranda. Brianna E. Arangure. Litzy M. Araujo Ocampo. Joshua C. Archangel. Iris Belsi B. Arciniega. Berenice Arcos. Daniela Arcos Beristain. Alexandra Arellano. Alicia M. Arellano. Delilah D. Arellano. Lupe A. Arellano. Manuel Arellano Jr. Stephanie J. Arellano. Fernanda Arellano Juarez. Carla L. Arenas. Kimberly R. Arevalo. Raylene J. Arevalo. Gabriel E. Arguelles. Andrew D. Arias. Maria D. Arias. Brandon J. Arias Hernandez. Cecilia S. Armas. Joanna Armas. Olivia Armijo. Amy M. Arnett, Cassandra A. Arnold, Claudia M. Aros, Cynthia I. Arredondo, Leslie Arredondo, Melissa Araguin, Natalie M. Areola, Abigail R. Arriaga, Michaela L. Arriaga, Amanda K. Arrieta, Brianna I. Arroyo, Miguel A. Arroyo, Monica Arroyo, Amanda L. Artero, Umer Assad, Adam X. Acevedo, Jr., Darrell J. Ashley, Brittany A. Ashton, Arsal A. Asif, Charlinia U. Asual Toiloa, Faranus Atik, Aaliyah M. Aubrey, Matthew C. Audley, Robert T. August Norton, Ronnie R. Auten, Larry A. Avalos, Maritza Avalos, Marlene J. Avalos, Kimberly Avilar Alarcon, Andrew M. Avila, Jennifer G. Avila, Juan Manuel Avila, Michelle Avila, Shelby A. Avila, Jose N. Avila Uribe, Adrian J. Aviles, Ayrton E. Aviles, Ruben L. Avitia, Annette Awad, Ashley S. Ayala, Denise Ayala, Haley F. Ayala, Melissa Ayala, Mike Ayala, Noah J. Ayub, Amal O. Babalola, Joe Baca Jr., Youssef Badawi, Sanjit S. Bad, Kathy Baez, Gloria L. Baez, Madison E. Baez, Nick R. Baeza, Evelyn Bayana, Jahan Bajat, Hallie J. Baker, Yvonne D. Ball, Jonathan M. Ballard, Michelle Y. Ballard, Rosanna G. Baltazar, Karina M. Bansal, Natalia Banuelos, Barbara F. Baptista, Adriana Barajas, Jose F. Barajas, Jr., Veronica J. Barajas, Jacob A. Barre, Markeisha D. Barbie, Brianna M. Barbosa, Eric Barcenas, Carissa L. Barden, Seth E. Barlow, Abby J. Barnes, Devin H. Barnes, Jr., Bobby T. Barnett, Vanessa M. Barnett, Billy A. Barron, Kate G. Baranti, Barbara P. Barraza, Robert M. Barraza, Angela D. Barrera, Graciano R. Barrera, Jeremy M. Barrett, John D. Barrientos, Sandra L. Barrientos, Oscar A. Barrientos Rivera, Jr., Cruz D. Barrios, Taylor K. Barrios Rivera, Jamie T. Barone, Bishoy S. Barsoom, Daniel R. Barutha, Jan Chelsea T. Basilio, Jermaine T. Baskerville, Kayla L. Batchelor, Faith N. Batinich, Roxana A. Batista, Christy M. Battle, Valerie R. Battle, Japheth Bat, Kira D. Battle, Michelle Bosley, Christopher J. Bautista, Diana D. Bautista, Nicole A. Bautista, Noah M. Baxter, Crystal R. Beadle, Karen Y. Beal, Tyler R. Beeson, Marlene Y. Becerra, Paige D. Beckham, Chase N. Bedard, Cassandra G. Bega, David Beljaev, Haley Bell, Hannah N. Bell, Stephanie L. Bell, Tahani M. Bellamy, Yoseline A. Bello Diaz, Jeremy A. Beloso, Kimberly M. Beltran, Marissa Beltran, Yaritza Beltran, Zuli Y. Beltran Calderon, Brandon N. Beltraco, Sierra N. Beninga, Alexandra M. Benitez, Maximiliano Benitez, Tatiana Benitez, Lorenzo S. Benitez Rocha, Brittany N. Bennett, John H. Benson, Leonel Bermeo Vasquez, Haley D. Bermudez, Carlos J. Bernal, Ijeda G. Bernal, Jessica Bernal, Noel A. Bernal, Sandra A. Bernal, Eric Bernal Gutierrez, Anessa M. Bernal Tovar, Jasmine Beruete, LaShawn T. Berry, Brandon A. Barrowman, Matthew A. Barrowman, Jordan S. Berzabel, Myra A. Betancourt, Nonika Bhatti, Elizabeth Bianco, Jeffrey P. Biggers, Brian M. Bingham, Angela K. Bishop, Nicole C. Bishop, Haley N. Black, Casey A. Blakemore, Sergio D. Blanco Gonzalez, Frank J. Blanque, Delina J. Blassingame, Caitlin C. Bloom, Christina L. Bloom, Claudia Y. Bobadilla, Naomi Bogday, Diana J. Boyan, Matthew V. Boyce, Agustin L. Bojorquez, Jr., Lucas H. Bolaños, Kevin A. Bowling, Laura D. Boloico, Andrea D. Bonales, Brenda M. Bonilla, Sairi N. Bonilla, Alicia C. Borgerson, Francesca Boria, Matthew A. Borja, Nicole M. Boshi, Jillian P. Bottini, Lindsay A. Boucher, Matthew R. Boucher, Carice E. Bolter, L'Oreal E. Bounds, Jennifer D. Bousquet, Julia L. Boyle, Xavier G. Bradford, Aaron D. Bradley, Emily N. Brawl, Gage P. Brandt, Dylan E. Bransford, Emily T. Braswell, Jade E. Braun, Adrian I. Bravo, Felipe D. Bravo, Rebecca A. Bravo, Edmund S. Bro, Christopher G. Brennan Heffern, Dylan R. Bressler, Justin L. Brett, Isabella P. Bridgman, Gabriel E. Briones, Alexis R. Brito, Melvin E. Brooks III, William T. Brooks, Azalea T. Brown, Katarina S. Brown, Kevin L. Brown, Jr., Lakeisha R. Brown, Nathan B. Brown, Camille P. Bruce, Carrie A. Bruno, Charles N. Bruno, Jr., Michaela G. Bryan, Bobby R. Bryant, Chelsea M. Buchanan, Sierra B. Buchanan, Chelsea K. Bookbinder, Luciano T. Buck, Christina R. Buckley, Tyler S. Buckley, Adriana Buenrostro, Flavio I. Buenrostro, Rana M. Bugarin, Monineth Bunier, Catherine L. Burdick, Courtney L. Burge, Alondra Burgos Servat, Claudia A. Burian, Jeremiah E. Burton, Bobby R. Berzata, Michelle L. Busby, Juan Manuel Bustamante, Jr., Michelle M. Bustamante, Brenda Bustos, Melissa A. Bustos, Tony G. Bustos, Sr., Timea M. Busuyak, Alexander Butarita, Emily E. Butcher, Roni Buttress, Isaac J. Cabanillas, Ariel P. Cabrera, Josephine F. Cabrera, Sophia L. Cabrera, Anthony C. Cakamies, Amber L. Cacciatore, Jasmine C. Caceres, Trevor A. Cad, Chance C. Cadena, Martina M. Kahinkoi, Mei Ying Tsai, Alexandra M. Kane, Hannah B. Kane, Melanie S. Keynes, Dariana Calderon, Kaylee L. Calhoun, Marisol Calisto, Jaime A. Calistro, Erica M. Calzada, Luz Maria Calzada, Andrea E. Camacho, Diana Camacho, Jocelyn G. Cambara, Manuel A. Camerlinga, Ashane N. Campbell, Joshua J. Campbell, Lindsay R. Campbell, Ryan W. Campbell, Ryan L. Campbell, Veronica A. Campbell, Ariana Campos, Christian Campos, Evelyn S. Campos, Helen A. Campos, Jason M. Campos, Stephanie Campos, Catherine A. Campos Torres, Jacob P. Candelaria, Amixer I. Canizales, Monica A. Cano, Sarah A. Cano, Monica C. Carbajal, Aaron Cardenas, Alejandra B. Cardenas, Amber Cardenas, Belen Cardenas, Eddie Cardenas, Landon J. Cardenas, Ryan N. Cardenas, Matthew L. Carey, Margarita Carlisle, Cynthia A. Carlos Sanchez, Jacob R. Carlson, Eduardo G. Carmona, Brennan R. Carnley, Christine A. Caro, Edie Y. Carranza, Priscilla K. Carrasco, Victor C. Carrasco, Christine A. Carrion, Jessica J. Carrion, Rosa A. Carrion, Charlene Carrera, Mikala A. Carrier, Marvni N. Carriere, Amanda S. Carrillo, Brenda Carrillo, Chelsea E. Carrillo, Corey A. Carrillo, Joanna Carrillo, Emma C. Carson, Andrea R. Carter, Nicholas A. Carter, Angelita A. Karunkang, Danielle M. Carey, Jasmine Casarubias, Martin M. Casas, Ricardo M. Casillas II, Tiare Casillas, Erica Casillas Zavala, Kimberly M. Caskey, Chloe M. Cassatt, Bernice Castañeda, Jose M. Castañeda, Magali Castañeda, Nareda D. Castañeda, Cynthia L. Castaño, Josue E. Castellano, Kimberly Castellan, Jenny D. Castillo, Lorenzo Castillo, Rebecca D. Castillo, Sandra J. Castillo, Yamiel P. Castillo, Albert Castro, Arlene Castro, Ashley N. Castro, Isamari Y. Castro, Jess A. Castro, Jr., Jesus Castro, Matthew A. Castro, Savannah E. Castro, Ricardo Catano, Kenneth A. Catanzarite, Malachi J. Cato, Teresa E. Kavicki, Isis N. Cazares, Brianna M. Ceballos, Jennifer Cedillo, Gregorio Celis, Jr., Jasmine L. Celis, Mariah D. Centeno, Anna K. Cerceda, Nunila Cerda, Cynthia I. Serna, Julio C. Serna Filmon, Shantae J. Serna Filmon, Sebastian Cerrablanco Nunez, Ariana B. Cervantes, Diego H. Cervantes, Fabiola Cervantes, Jennifer Y. Cervantes, Noemi Cervantes, Regina M. Cervantes, Stephanie Cervantes, Vanessa M. Cervantes, Erica T. Cespedes, Maria A. Cespedes, Sean M. Chadwick Leone, Sonia G. Chagola, Fernando Chagoyan, Chelsea H. Chamberlain, Dana A. Chamberlain, Sitlali V. Chandler, Eddie J. Chandler IV, Deanna L. Cheney, Lisa E. Chang, Mia R. Champhimarn, Fai Chow, Samantha M. Chapa, Anaya S. Chapman, Nathaniel J. Chavez, Adriana Chavez, Ida J. Chavez, Brian Chavez, Cindy R. Chavez, Destiny M. Chavez, Gerardo A. Chavez, Manuel Chavez, Michael A. Chavez, Miranda A. Chavez, Ricardo Chavez, Eduardo C. Chavez Cornejo, Stephanie Chavez Saldana, Anthony Chavez Rodriguez, Reba Q. Chima, Jufeng Chen, Wei Chiao Cheng, Yan Y. Cheng, Michelle M. Chiato, Savannah R. Childress, Han Jiang Cho, Alejandro Chalico, Arthur D. Choi, Peter T. Chu, Tyler D. Church, William B. Chieslack, Camelia Ciabanu, Druid P. Clark, Ivory N. Clark, Michelle R. Clark, Taylor J. Clark, Ryan R. Clark, Samira R. Claros, Ashley C. Claiborne, Tanya F. Clemens, Angela J. Klein, Christina K. Klinkenbeard, Kevin K. Klaus, Regina L. Cobarrubio, Stephen D. Cohen, Nathan E. Coker, Edwin L. Collins, Elissa C. Collins, Carrie D. Collins, Jr., Lanaya N. Collins, Sean M. Collins, Dustin J. Como, Gabrielle Conejo, Genesis K. Conrado, Lemuel J. Constable, Angelina M. Contreras, Ariana S. Contreras, Daisy L. Contreras, Manuel A. Contreras, Michael A. Contreras, Sr., Angel F. Contreras Fregoso, Caroline R. Cooper, Deja D. Cooper, Krista A. Cooper, Michael A. Cooper, Joseph G. Cordoba, Alyssa E. Cornejo Gomez, Adolfo F. Corona, Crystal Corona, Cassandra E. Corona, Sigrid Corona, Gloria Corona Denise, Francisco J. Corona Jordan, Angeline A. Coronado, Fatima A. Coronado, Janelle C. Coronel, Victor A. Coronel, Maricela C. Corral, Denise Correa, Raquel Correa, Val Correa, Brian J. Cortez, Carlos Cortez, Rubilizette D. Cortez, Alexandra C. Cortez, Dominique A. Cortez, Nadia C. Cortez, Sophia Cortina, William C. Costi, Yesenia Cota, Mason A. Cotterill, Edwin J. Cotto, Karen C. Cotton, Justin M. Couture, Eduardo Covarrubias, Carla P. Covarrubias, Maritza J. Covarrubias, Patricia F. Covarrubias, Sol Covarrubias, Jr., Veronice Covarrubias, Chantal A. Cover, Kristen J. Cox, Tristan G. Cox, Bradley T. Crane, Rita L. Crawford, Gabrielle W. Christ, Jacob R. Crowfoot, Noah M. Cross, Adam J. Crossley, Alexandria R. Cruz, Dania Cruz, Emmanuel Cruz, Isabel Cruz, Jose C. Cruz, Melissa Cruz, Sally Cruz, Vandella A. Cruz, Vianney Cruz, Guadalupe Quadra Farfan, Rosa E. Cubias, Andrew A. Cuellar, Claudio F. Cuellar, Stacy Cueva, Jessel Cuevas, Christina S. Cuevas Rodriguez, Janelle F. Cunningham, Morgan E. Curry, Amanda P. Curtis, Jasmine F. Cusimano, Jordan G. Catuli, Savannah E. Seipert, Nikki L. Dolan, Jingyi Dai, Laura N. Daly, Josh Louis S. Dallasay, Kyle T. Damacog, Vi L. Dang, Tyler Dan, Min Tien Dao, Kwang Yin T. Dao, Jasper D. Dawas, Matthew C. Dar, Michael Descaldas, Eric Datyelian, Erica J. Davidson, Lina J. Davidson, Logan J. Davidson, Paul D. Davidson, Sophia S. Davies, Tyler S. Davies, Anivet Davila, Gabriel F. Davila, Lorena Y. Davila, Heather N. Davis, Jacob M. Davis, Jessica A. Davis, Justice C. Davis, Lindsay M. Davis, Marina Y. Davis, Salma Y. Deanda, Kainalu J. DeCambra, Dominic DeCastro, Aurelie de la Cruz, Andrea de la Rosa, Melody R. de la Rosa, Beatrice de la Torre, Patricia S. de Sadias, Sandra M. de Santiago Paz, Michael E. Dean, Sable P. Dean, Russell R. DeCure III, Bradley A. DeFelice, Disa R. DeFries, Marco M. Del Rio, Tessa K. De Leon, Eilena W. Delaporte, Maria A. Delgadillo, Ramon Delgadillo, Alexa P. Delgado, Angelo A. Delgado, Celia A. Delgado, Debbie H. Delgado, Denise N. Delgado, Emily R. Delgado, Gaspar E. Delgado, Hannah Lee Delgado, Jacqueline Delgado, Jasmine G. Delgado, Joseph R. Delgado, Raquel Elaine L. Delgado, Samantha A. Delgado, Victor O. Delgado, Ira Patricia Carmela B. DeLizo, Kelsey M. DeLong, Natalie N. DeMarsh, Carl D. Demke II, Nancy L. Demuyaker, Scott D. Denarola, Justin G. Dennison, Devin A. DeRosia, Bianca A. Devlahovic, Akimi L. DeVoe, Brianna A. Devora, Jose G. DeHoy, Claudine S. Diaz, Alyssa N. Diaz, Angel Diaz, Araceli Diaz, Brian A. Diaz, Estebaliz Diaz, Evangelina R. Diaz, Jenny J. Diaz, Jessica J. Diaz, Jolene A. Diaz, Juliana I. Diaz, Justin Diaz, Mario S. Diaz, Marissa C. Diaz, Monica Diaz, Natalia J. Diaz, Nye G. Diaz, Samantha C. Diaz, Gabriela M. Diaz Castañeda, Jordan G. Dickerson, Savannah J. Dinko, Jordan L. Diamartich, Chelsea L. Dobbins, Robert A. Dobbs, Brian C. Dodd, Kimberly A. Dodd, Corey D. Dodson, Ifet Dogan, Salim Dogan, Aniv S. Doglo, Jr. Emily Dominguez. Jubilee N. Dominguez. Luis C. Dominguez. Marcelo G. Dominguez. Christian N. Domper. Jonathan T. Dong. Daniel K. Doolin, Jr. Yesenia M. Dorado. Adriana N. Durantes. Kathy N. Doucette. Cameron J. Dozier. Jenna M. Drake. Elizabeth B. Dramatinos. Adullah J. Draper. Mandy D. Dredd. Michael J. Derlicka. Victoria M. Duarte. Courtney M. Dubra. Micah R. Ducasse. Tiana M. Dudley. Aaron M. Duenas. Jennifer M. Duenas. Charizel R. Dulay. Robert L. Duncan III. Benjamin M. Dunham. Stephanie R. Dunn. Tiffany T. Duong. Wesley Duong. Ashley M. DuPont. Ariel R. Duran. Hector S. Duran. Jasenia J. Duran. Juan Duran, Jr. Marciano R. Duran. Marissa R. Duran. Nathalie R. Duran. Stephanie Duran. Tara I. Duran. Ariana A. Duran. Ruth A. Dye. Kelsey M. Dyer. Michaela E. Earl. Madison R. Eason. Nyoko C. Edwards. Stephen G. Edwards, Jr. Trisha A. Edwards. Dejanae L. Edwards Perez. Amanda C. Eggerer. Iman B. Egwanwu. Nakem D. Ehimir. Caitlin S. Eiler. Maywish M. Elahi. Nathaniel J. Elbert. Kimberly L. Elder. Alejandro Elias, Alexis Elias, Carson R. Eliason, Kevon B. Elkins, Thomas J. Elliott, Amy G. Ellis, Aubrey A. Elrod, Valeria B. Enciso, Amber R. Engelking, Cody J. England, Jadira I. Enriquez, Sabrina Y. Enriquez, Veronica V. Enriquez, Margie R. Enyart, China T. Epps, Kate M. Escamilla, Samantha M. Escamilla, Aaron D. Escareno, Leslie Escobar Diego, Jorge I. Escobedo Jr., Catewin B. Escorpezo, Aaron Escudero, Eli P. Esparza, Evelyn E. Esparza, Jose S. Esparza Jr., Richard A. Esparza, Karen M. Esparza Lopez, Armand A. Espinosa, Karina A. Espinosa, Adrian A. Espinosa, Brianna D. Espinosa, Kathy Espinosa, Olga Espinosa, Vanessa Espinosa, Yolanda I. Espinosa, Diana Esqueda, Ashley M. Esquer, Christine A. Esquer, Janine A. Esquer, Desani A. Esquivel, Christine L. Esser, Rayondis O. Estes, Austin Estrada, Brianna M. Estrada, Julia A. Estrada, Mercedes M. Estrada, Yemi M. Estrada, Omar D. Estrada Becerra, Emerald M. Etheridge, Bradford R. Evans, Keyshawn R. Evans, Dennison O. Evasco, Jade A. Eveler, Nicholas D. Evan, Martin Fabian, Yasmin Fahmy, Michaela D. Fair, Oscar D. Fajardo, Jr., Samira Faraj, Adrian Farfan, Connor T. Farrell, Eric A. Fathoni, Tyler B. Faulkner, Eileen Fava, Tracy S. Fidele, Melissa L. Field, Alyssa F. Felix, Edward Felix, Liliana Felix, Marcelo Felix, Courtney N. Feller, Haley M. Felter, Gabrielle E. Fenderson, Serena M. Fentress, Estefani S. Fergoso, Alondra Fernandez, Destiny M. Fernandez, Henry C. Fernandez, Julie J. Fernandez, Marcos A. Fernandez, Jr., Sonia Fernandez, Wanda Fernandez, William I. Fernandez, Jocelyn C. Fernandez de Lara, Marisol Fernandez de Lara, Jessica Fernandez Aranda, Mauricio Fernando Andres, Henry Ferrer, Ruby Ferrer Aguilar, Daisy Ferrafino, Victoria L. Ferry, Leanne Fuchs, Sierra M. Fiedler, Mayette C. Figuracion, Heather Y. Findal, Jordan D. Fingerly, Ryan N. Fingerly, Enaja N. Finister, Andrea M. Finley, Isabel M. Fino, Zulema J. Fleck, Mark A. Fleming, Michaela J. Flocken, Andrea J. Florendo, Angel A. Flores, Estefani Flores, Giancarlo D. Flores, Guadalupe Flores, Hergen Flores, Jr., Isabella A. Flores, Kimberly Flores. Luis B. Flores. Miguel Flores. Miguel A. Flores. Natalie Flores. Stephanie Flores. Zaida O. Flores. Alan Flores Oribio. Donzetta T. Flowers. Eric A. Fonseca Terraza. Alexa N. Fontaine. Brandy M. Fontenot. Kylie K. Forbes. Xavier C. Ford. Ryan P. Foreman. Tatiana T. Fors. Cameron C. Foster. Kyla J. Foster Brown. Lamette L. Fowler. Stephanie M. Fowler. Katie H. Fox. Noe I. Fraijo Palomares. Daniel R. Francis. Alondra Franco. Alyssa N. Franco. Annalise E. Franco. Gladys S. Franco. Irene R. Franco. Joaquin J. Franco. Rose M. Franco. Imral R. Franklin. Catherine E. Franklin. Savannah R. Franklin. Echo R. Frankovich. Luis E. Frosto. Cheyenne R. Frazier. Dale L. Frazier. Kimberly J. Freeman Garcia. Linenji M. Fregoso Marcia. Robin R. Freiberg. Claudia G. Frias. Nathan J. Friedman. Nevin J. Fritsch. Giovanni M. Frontino. Sarah B. Frost. Araceli C. Fuentes. Jose R. Fuentes. Martin Fuerte Espino. Arthur D. Gadsden. Sherry W. Gade. Tammy D. Gaines. Byron C. Gall. Natalia Galan. Nadia P. Galaviz. Shandy A. Galbraith. Hugo A. Galdames, Jr. Alyssa C. Galero. Eric Galicia. Alexa C. Galindo. Alexi N. Galindo. Edward Galindo. Sarah J. Galindo. Cesar A. Gallardo. Erica Gallardo. Jose L. Gallegos. Martha E. Galvan. Maderi A. Galvan. Joanna Galvan. Jeline M. Galvez. Giovanni D. Galvez. Mark Gamboa. Genesis O. Gamboa Orona. Adrian R. Gamero. Carla B. Gamez. Lauren E. Gandara. Allison O. Gandarilla. Vivian Y. Gandarilla. Claire M. Ganem. Jie Gao. Norma C. Guyona. Daisy R. Garash. David Garay. Alicia B. Garcia. Andy Garcia. Angela A. Garcia. Angelique X. Garcia. Anthony M. Garcia. Arlene E. Garcia. Eileen Garcia. Betsy K. Garcia. Bianca Garcia. Carlos J. Garcia. Carol Garcia. Carolina N. Garcia. Carolina A. Garcia. Sierra J. Garcia. Cindy L. Garcia. Damian Garcia. Daniel C. Garcia. Daniela Garcia. Denise Garcia. Diana Garcia. Edgley S. Garcia. Eric Garcia. Gabriela M. Garcia. Gabriela A. Garcia. Heather L. Garcia. Ishmael Garcia, Jr. Jamie L. Garcia. Jennifer Garcia. Jessica N. Garcia, Joanna Garcia, Jocelyn M. Garcia, Jocelyn Garcia, Josue D. Garcia, Karen A. Garcia, Kayla M. Garcia, Madeline M. Garcia, Magda E. Garcia, Moises M. Garcia, Odalise E. Garcia, Perla G. Garcia, Ruben Garcia, Samantha L. Garcia, Stephanie Garcia, Tyler J. Garcia, Vincent Z. Garcia, Xochitl Garcia, Yesenia Garcia, Yvette C. Garcia, Edward J. Garcia Becerra, Lizbeth Garcia Garcia, Felix Garcia Munoz, Amy S. Garcia Sanchez, Sandra Garcia Osorio, Jesus E. Garcia Teles, Tendeka Marie D. Gardner, Guadalupe G. Garibay, Juan V. Garibay, Michael R. Garibay, Dariana S. Garita, Jocelyn D. Garrido, Carly R. Garrison, Shelby F. Garvin, Letitia A. Gary, Arnold C. Garza, Brandy L. Garza, Dominic R. Garza, Renee A. Garza, Reginus A. Gates, Summer L. Gathright, Mejali K. Gay, Christy Gaitan, Lizeth Gaitan, Chantel P. Geary, Tucker J. George, Itzel A. Gerardo Perez, Emily C. Geronimo, Yasmin Gadiri Asli, Zara Gassem Khani Zauj, Abanub Gipriel, Madison L. Giacopuzzi, Kaylee M. Giannoni, Anthony M. Gibbons, Rebecca L. Gibbs, Alexandria M. Gibson, Ashley J. Gibson, Fernando J. Gill, Kaylee J. Gilbert, Rena C. Huron, Linda L. Giusti Para, Roslyn S. Glasgow, Monique C. Glasker, Adrian C. Gloria, Laura J. Golan Anderson, Joshua J. Goddard, Aubrey T. Godinez, Angelina Godoy, Victoria Godoy, Amy V. Goldman, Ademar Gomez, Alexander F. Gomez, Alexia A. Gomez, Alondra N. Gomez, Ashley Y. Gomez, Brenda L. Gomez, Carlos G. Gomez, Ernesto M. Gomez, Fernando J. Gomez, Gabriela C. Gomez, Idali Gomez, Jose E. Gomez, Kaylin M. Gomez, Larry Gomez, Liliana Gomez, Liliana M. Gomez, Mario A. Gomez, Mario J. Gomez, Mia J. Gomez, Paula Gomez, Samantha Grace C. Gomez, Saul R. Gomez Sr., Stacy M. Gomez, Vanessa Gomez, Julian Gomez Avila, Noelani V. Gonsalves, Zoe A. Goncier, Sabrina L. Gonzaga, Annette R. Gonzalez, Nicholas S. Gonzalez, Roberto C. Gonzalez, Adrian J. Gonzalez, Adriana Gonzalez, Anthony A. Gonzalez, Francisco J. Gonzalez Jr., Gabriela P. Gonzalez, Gabriela Gonzalez, Israel Gonzalez, Jasmine Gonzalez, Janelle I. Gonzalez, Jessica Gonzalez, Jesus M. Gonzalez, Juan C. Gonzalez, Julio C. Gonzalez, Kevin M. Gonzalez, Kevin J. Gonzalez, Lisa S. Gonzalez, Maria C. Gonzalez, Maria F. Gonzalez, Max B. Gonzalez, Nayeli Gonzalez, Neil S. Gonzalez, Reina M. Gonzalez, Ronald A. Gonzalez, Ruby M. Gonzalez, Samantha A. Gonzalez, Veronica A. Gonzalez, Yanis A. Gonzalez, Juan A. Gonzalez Roman, David Gonzalez Roman, Danny J. Goodlow, Gabriel B. Goodwin, Nicole D. Gordon-Levitt, Celeste E. Gossett, Adeline N. Guanan, Priscilla M. Gouveia, Vanessa R. Gouveia, Helena T. Graff, Nathaniel R. Graham, Cecilia A. Grajales, Brandon H. Granados, Jacob A. Granados, Marissa R. Granados, Shamara Granados, Yesenia R. Granados, Elena M. Granillo, Jonathan L. Grant, Brianna R. Grauer, Madison B. Gray, Ryan L. Gray, Lanisha Y. Green, Trina Green, Samantha Greenspan, Zamara M. Greenwood, Daniel W. Gregory, Helena A. Griego, Sierra R. Griffin, Aaron N. Griffin, Michael J. Grilly, Jr., Danielle H. Grimm, Diana C. Grimius, Angela Grimsley, Deanna Y. Grove, Haley E. Grove, Paige L. Grow, David Guadian, Sarah L. Guaracha, Jose E. Gareca, Bethany C. Guerrero, Candice M. Guerrero, Cynthia Guerrero, Elvia H. Guerrero, Jessica Guerrero, Jonathan Guerrero, Carrie M. Guerrero, Raquel Guerrero, Lizbeth B. Guerrero Chagola, Andres Guerrero Maldonado,
Alana Guevara,
Amanda A. Guevara, Mari Cruz Guijosa, David J. Guijosa Infante, Nancy V. Guillen, Noe I. Guillen, Viridiana I. Guillen, Luke D. Gullett, Cassandra M. Gundo, Stephanie R. Guthrie, Alan Gutierrez, Alyssa N. Gutierrez, Andres Gutierrez, Ashley C. Gutierrez, Oriella N. Gutierrez, Carolina Gutierrez, Christina A. Gutierrez, Gabino D. Gutierrez, Isael Gutierrez, Jesse Gutierrez, Jocelyn Gutierrez, Myra A. Gutierrez, Monica E. Gutierrez, Samuel A. Gutierrez, Yesenia Gutierrez, Jessica G. Gutierrez, Karina Gutierrez Contreras, Alonso Gutierrez Saavedra, Amber Guzman, Jacob I. Guzman, Laura Guzman, Mariah C. Guzman, Ninfa C. Guzman, Precious C. Guzman, Rady Guzman, Veronica N. Guzman, Ginger L. Haberbush, Peter M. Habib, Gracine H. Haynes, Madison L. Hales, Alina F. Hall, Christina C. Hall, Sebastian J. Hall, Samuel W. Hallenberg II, Joseph P. Howman, Glenn M. Haman, Kobe J. Hambright, Matthew D. Hamburger, Talon D. Hamlet, Ethan M. Hammer, Benjamin L. Hammerstrom, Sylvie Hanaoka, Stephen H. Hand, Madison C. Hanley, Veronica L. Haney, Christopher S. Hans, Abdul Rahman B. Hantuli, Masaki Harasawa, Devin L. Hardy, Desiree V. Hargrove, Belzasar Haro, Camila Haro, Cynthia M. Haro, Emily B. Harold, Daniel J. Harper, Tiffany K. Harper, Robert A. Harris, Sabre J. Harris, Tyra J. Harris, Marissa D. Harrison, Cody M. Harder, James D. Hartley, Samuel F. Hassler, Edward S. Hatcher, Tequila D. Hatfield, Charlene J. Haugen, Brittany M. Hauser, Sophia D. Havagius, Hunter P. Hawkins, Melissa M. Hawkins, Isaac Hay Jr., Brianna J. Hayes, Ashley L. Hayner, Isaiah A. Haywood, Marwa Hazrat, Meng Ying He, Maurisa S. Headley, John A. Healy, Catherine A. Heineman, Benjamin L. Heiser, Lindsay J. Heiser, Ariana M. Heldorn, Brandon A. Hendricks, Jr., Zitlali A. Henley, Adriana L. Hernandez, Ayana Hernandez, Alex Hernandez, Alexander J. Hernandez. Alyssa A. Hernandez. Andrew F. Hernandez. Annika D. Hernandez. Celeste S. Hernandez. Daisy Hernandez. Desmond P. Hernandez II. Diana Hernandez. Gabriela Hernandez. George M. Hernandez. Giselle Hernandez. Gloria A. Hernandez. Gustavo Hernandez. Jasmine Hernandez. Jennifer C. Hernandez. Jocelyn Hernandez. Jorge Hernandez. Giovanna Hernandez. Judy Hernandez. Julian P. Hernandez. Kevin A. Hernandez. Kiana K. Hernandez. Lauren J. Hernandez. Leslie L. Hernandez. Michael A. Hernandez. Naomi E. Hernandez. Patrick Hernandez. Renee Hernandez Jr. Richie M. Hernandez. Roman G. Hernandez. Rosa M. Hernandez. Rosalina A. Hernandez. Ryan J. Hernandez. Sarah E. Hernandez. Stacy C. Hernandez. Teresa Hernandez. Vanessa E. Hernandez. Mieli P. Hernandez Ramirez. Reina Hernandez Rodriguez. Amizadai Hernandez Alfaro. Daisy Hernandez Govea. Alex Herrera. Amarani Herrera. Diana Herrera. Evelyn P. Herrera. Jacqueline Herrera. Janeth M. Herrera. Lily R. Herrera. Maria G. Herrera. Princesa S. Herrera. Yesenia Herrera. Andrew M. Hess. Christopher I. Hess. Dion T. Hicks. Dominic I. Hidalgo Valsillo. Cody T. Higgins, George M. Higgins, Anthony Higuera, Rosa M. Higuera, Cheyenne M. Hildebrandt, Latoya S. Hill, Mariah L. Hill, Janice C. Hinojosa, Bianca A. Hinojosa de la Cruz, Annalise J. Hippen, Jonathan A. Ho, Melvin Hodanu, Deborah A. Hodge, Dustin T. Hodgins, Shanna S. Hogan, Haley P. Homan, Mariah A. Holguin, Rhiannon E. Holland, Marianne G. Holly, Sarah J. Holman, Blaine E. Holmes, Timothy J. Holmes, Kent J. Homsher, Lauren R. Hook, Jose A. Orta, Alicia C. Horton, Daniel A. Horton, Jessica F. Horton, Demetrius M. Houston, Fortunate Hove, Bethany A. Howard, Jessica D. Howard, Stephen S. Tatt, Gloria R. Huang, Shupeng Huang, Zi Huang, Angelique S. Hudson, Melanie C. Huerta, Stephanie T. Huerta, Tanya L. Huerta, Derek W. Huff,
Nico Hughes,
Damian P. Humphrey, Andrew J. Hunt, Haley C. Hunt, Salialofi N. Hunt, Destiny R. Hurtado, Jacqueline E. Hurtado, Luis E. Hurtado, Julia C. Wynn, Tabitha L. Huang, Morgan Hyatt, William C. Hyde, Amber N. Hilton, Alondra Ibarra, Nayeli A. Ibarra, Rocio Ibarra, Victoria M. Ibarra, Clarissa J. Ibarra Lopez, Andrew R. Iglesias, Pablo A. Ilabaca, Julia R. Inaba, Rachel R. Inaba, Alexandra Infante, Raul Infante, Vincenzo Inguanta, Jose R. Iniguez, Brian E. Interiano, Andres A. Inzunza, Jessica A. Inzunza, Jessica E. Inzunza, Juanita E. Irvin, Itaga Y. Izabri, Ramisha N. Islam, Chizoba N. Iwuorie, Paulette V. Isagire, Luke M. Jackson, Quinn C. Jackson, Tyrone Jackson, Deja N. Jackson Bobo, Carla N. Jacobo, Vanessa M. Jacobo, Robert E. Jacobs, Jr., Genesis K. Jacobsmeyer, Desiree R. Jacques, Kelly R. Yeager, Syed A. Jafari, Carolina Jaime, Crystal Jaimes de la Torre, Christina M. Jakiel, Jacob A. Jalapin, Basma A. Jama, Antoine M. James I, Chanel M. James, Messia M. James, Alexis G. Jamisola, Heather J. Tierney, Abel Jaramillo, Anthony S. Jaramillo, Sitlali Jaramillo, Valeria A. Howdigi, Maria Z. Jefferson, Brooke S. Jenkins, Omika L. Jenkins, Cecilia M. Jensen, Janine M. Jensen, Sandra Morgan Jensen, De-Chin Jiang, Adrian Jimenez, Annalie Jimenez, Bridget L. Jimenez, Christian G. Jimenez, Jose E. Jimenez, Juan C. Jimenez, Montserrat Jimenez, Renee A. Jimenez, Ulises Jimenez, Anthony J. Jimerson, Danielle Jin, Lucas B. Joffrey, Celeste M. Johansson, Aurea L. Johnson, Braylon N. Johnson, Elizabeth D. Johnson, Erica M. Johnson, John B. Johnson, Caitlin A. Johnson, Lindsay M. Johnson, Lisa M. Johnson, Marissa A. Johnson, Orlando C. Johnson, Jr., Taylor L. Johnson, Aaron B. Jones, Mason Z. Jones, Roderick E. Jones, Taylor B. Jones, Tiffany M. Jones, Eric R. Jordan I, James H. Jordan, Jamie E. Jordan, Kenesha C. Joseph, Elizabeth Joya, Constance M. Joyner, Cecilia Juarez, Eddie A. Juarez, Wendy S. Juarez Mota, Ashley L. Juliat, Eun-Soo Jung, Gai-Hyun Jung, Ma Camille A. Justiniano, Michael A. Kanitz, Holly H. Cantor, Nancy W. Kariuki, Carly R. Cates, Ronnie T. Kaufman, Preeti Kaur, Nicole Kawakami, Katie M. Kiesling, Ashley M. Kelly, Aiden R. Kelly, Sarah G. Kelly, Deborah L. Kenny, Amanda R. Kent, Kelsey N. Kerr, Steve A. Kirshner, Cassandra L. Keatonbrink, Jehanzeb S. Kyrie, Mikhail M. Khalil, Sohaib K. Khan, Denise N. Kikuchi, Byung-ho Kim, Christine Y. Kim, So-young Kim, Shauna J. Kim, Yereem J. Kim, Christy A. Kincaid, Brittany P. Kinder, Danielle A. King, Madison M. King, Nicole C. King, Savannah L. Kinane, Austin J. Kinney, Thomas C. Kinslow, Tatiana I. Kirby, Hannah R. Kirkendall, Lindsay L. Kislingberry, Zachariah T. Knapp, Joy B. Knight, Jeremy L. Knowles, Jin I. Ko, Amelia Kobilska, Trinity J. Kohler, Philip W. Coling, Desiree A. Kerner, Caro G. Kashkarian, Sarah F. Crows, Kyle I. Krolik, Saja F. Kuterman, William R. Kuehl, Lee Kuo, Taegu Kwan, Hunter D. LaCroix, Cody E. Labert, Tristan P. Lacey, Jed R. Ladines, Adan F. Lagos Montiel, Adrian Lagunas, Chuanwei Lai, Dwi A. Lai, Sarah M. Laird, Hunter M. Lake, Huynh Con A. Lam, Tommy Lam, Truclyn Lam, Ashley M. Lambert, Jan Chester G. Lander, Christina Landon, Niaya M. Landon, Brittany N. Lane, Alicia K. Langston, Caitlin N. Langford, Andre F. Laptes Frangu, Cassandra Lara, Daniel E. Lara, Jasmine Lara, Jose A. Lara Jr., Rochelle A. Lara, Kelsey J. Lara Hernandez, Yvonne A. Larios, Brianne E. Larkin, Courtney L. Larkin, Andrea S. Larry, Sarah K. Larson, Valhalla A. Lash, Joseph J. Latteroyer, Austin R. Loritzen, Toby J. Lawrence, Ashlyn L. Lawson, Miriam L. Layfield, Kristen E. Layton, Cassandra M. Lazaro, Sophia A. Lazarus, Mark C. Lazatin, Anthony A. Lee, Diane T. Lee, Norris L. Lee, Tiffany Lee, Melissa Leah De Paz, Austin C. Leach, Cameron D. Leach, Tawny L. Leibovitz, Kimberly G. Ledesma, Davis H. Lee, Ji Won Lee, Sechan C. Lee, Saim Lee, Sung M. Lee, Thomas M. Lee, Tina A. Lee, Ye Un Lee, Zaria K. Lee, Derek J. Leadham, Brianna L. Legere, Robert M. Leimbach, Taylor M. Leimbach, Chanel M. Lyer, John A. Lemos, Isabel G. Lemster, Priscilla J. Lemus, Andrea O. Leon, Dianice M. Leon, Eric A. Leon, Jennifer Leon, Martin J. Leon Jr., Saran S. Leon, Vanessa Leon, Tammy J. Leonard, Zachary D. Leonti, Connor D. Lesh, Nicole M. Lettuce, Sabrina M. Laura, Ethan B. Lewis, Haley M. Lewis, Mark B. Lewis, Brandon L. Lewis Lyles, Jorge A. Leyva, Paulo K. Leyva, Vance A. Leyva, Veronica Leyva Ventura, Joey Y. Lee, Royce Lee, Dongchuan Liang, Shuhan Liang, Alondra Licea, Desiree Light, Melissa Linares, Rochelle N. Lind, Susanna C. Linder, Amy J. Lira, Valeria Liz Munoz, Taylor A. Little, Patrick D. Littlefield, Warren B. Liu, Ziwei Liu, Jarek R. Liwag, Christopher E. Liwanag, Astrid Lizaraga, Stephanie Yamas, Diana T. Lara, Timothy D. Lorico, Cynthia Lombera, Aida L. Lomelli, Diego Lomelli, Ulysses Lomelli, VNA E. Lomelli, Sean C. Long, Tamara N. Long, Alexis M. Lopez, Alondra Lopez, Amanda M. Lopez, Amanda C. Lopez, Andriana J. Lopez, Ariel K. Lopez, Bosette E. Lopez, Devin A. Lopez, Diana M. Lopez, Donald G. Lopez, Elizabeth Lopez, Emma P. Lopez, Evan M. Lopez, Evelyn J. Lopez. Evelyn Lopez. Francisco J. Lopez. Gabriela S. Lopez. Heidi Lopez. Isabel R. Lopez. Javid P. Lopez. Jesse Lopez. Jessica N. Lopez. Joseph A. Lopez. Juan D. Lopez. Katrina N. Lopez. Lauren N. Lopez. Lisa A. Lopez. Lizette N. Lopez. Mario G. Lopez, Jr. Mario I. Lopez, Jr. Mike A. Lopez. Miriam Lopez. Monique B. Lopez. Natalie K. Lopez. Natalie J. Lopez. Noemi Lopez. Salvador Lopez. Samantha Lopez. Samuel E. Lopez. Samuel Lopez, Jr. Sarai A. Lopez. Tatiana E. Lopez. Valerie R. Lopez. Zen M. Lopez. Alvin Lopez Alvarado. Esmeralda Lopez Castaneda. Yesenia V. Lopez Moreno. Edgar G. Lopez Anguiano. Angel Lopez Juarez. Laura B. Lord. Dana A. Lorenzi. Albert P. Lorenzo, Jr. Martha P. Lores. Rachel G. Lustenau. David H. Love. Courtney A. Lovelace. Jessica A. Lovell. Zekiah J. Lovett. Jacob T. Lowry. Elizabeth A. Loza. Maria G. Loza. Cynthia G. Lozano. Joseph M. Lozano. Juliana Lozano. Maritza Lozano. Raquel V. Lozano. Hua Hao Lu. Ryan Liu. Xiaoli Liu, Alejandro Lua, Carmen P. Lua, Juan Lua, Rogelio Lucas, Rodrigo S. Lucatero, Danielle A. Lucena, Isaac C. Lucero, Keith Amir O. Lucero, Miranda L. Lucero, Kevin C. Lucero Castellan, Shannon T. Lucy, Samantha Ludwig, Angelica R. Luke, Eduardo Luna, Marisa M. Luna, Sammy A. Luna, Tamara M. Luna, Unique S. Luna, Victoria M. Luna, Mackenzie T. Lunny, Stephanie E. Lurie, Gwyneth M. Lutovsky, Fung K. Lee, Kiara S. Lynch,
Anna Maria Lyons,
Niall C. Ma, Shailing D. Ma, Nan T. Mack, Patricia A. McAdam, Christina J. McDonald, Elias A. Machuca, Jose L. Macias, Alejandro Macias Rios, Jr., Heather L. McFetridge, Ariane C. Madlambayan, Alyssa S. Madrid, Denise Madrid, Damaris A. Madrigal, Natalie Magallanes, Andrea Magana, Brenda Magana, Jasmine Magana, Lindsay M. Magana, Jessica A. Magdaleno, Erica D. McGinnis, Alexis H. Maharaj, Kobe Mai, Kaylin M. Main Saldana, Jordan A. Maki, Roman A. Malagan, Evelyn Maldonado, Jose Antonio J. Malare, Jared M. Mallon, Alexis Y. Malveau, Justine K. Mamport, Dinah C. Monseras, Hannah L. Manchester, Alfonso Mancinas III, Blake D. Manhart, Cameron H. Manker, Sydney D. Mann, Brianna M. Manrique, Seek L. Manukian, Emilio J. Manzano Sanchez, Siching Mao, Elizabeth H. Marcial, Alondra G. Mares, Patrick J. Maria, Jimena E. Maria Mendoza, Blanca Marin, Michelle M. Markham, Magali Marmolejo, Sydney L. Marquardt, Adriana M. Marquez, Ally M. Marquez, Angela M. Marquez, Diana R. Marquez, Ivory A. Marquez, Jessica Marquez, Jose Marquez III, Carla M. Marquez, Monet E. Marquez, Pascual H. Marquez, Colin J. Marshall, Daly L. Marshall, Jade M. Marshall, Kiana M. Martin, Ramiro Martin, Jesus M. Martin, Sean D. Martineau, Abigail Martinez, Adriana A. Martinez, Agustin Martinez, Analicia C. Martinez, Anissa R. Martinez, Ashley D. Martinez, Brian A. Martinez, Carlos A. Martinez, Cesar Martinez, Cynthia J. Martinez, Daniel Martinez, Dominic A. Martinez, Francisco S. Martinez, Guillermina Martinez, Jason A. Martinez, Jennifer Martinez, Joellen Martinez, Carissa N. Martinez, Carla S. Martinez, Lena M. Martinez, Madeline R. Martinez, Marlena C. Martinez, Michaela L. Martinez, Mirka K. Martinez, Natalia R. Martinez, Omar A. Martinez, Oscar Martinez, Samantha Martinez, Sandra D. Martinez, Sheila A. Martinez, Valerie S. Martinez, Yesenia M. Martinez, Sabrina R. Martinez, Jocelyn M. Martinez Palacio, Gabriel Martinez Sandoval, Edith P. Martinez Santana, Kennedy W. Masila, Cheyenne A. Massey, Michael I. Mata, Noah M. Mata, Caden W. Matheny, Christopher D. Mathis, Ruth A. Matias Rios, Manuel A. Matla Martinez, Carlos I. Matos Jr., Betzabeth M. Matus, Kamalita K. Mavudzi, Nicholas C. Maxfield, Maria E. Maxwell, Araceli Mayorga, Estuardo A. Mayorga, Samantha Mayorga, Ashley M. Meyerkeen, Freddie U. Mazariegos Rivadeneira, Brittany M. Mazer, Ariel C. McAnulty, Zoe E. Macbeth, Renee A. McCartney, Nicole R. McClanahan, Mauricio I. McClellan, Kayla C. McClure, Derek S. McCall, Ashley O. McCoy, Dajane Ariana A. McCullough, Fallon S. McDaniel, Griffin L. McDaniel, Brianna S. McDowell, Lacey M. McDowell, Margaret E. McDuffie, Alexis R. McFarland Armenta, Paige V. McGinley, Jessica L. McGinnis, Jamon S. McLaury, Michael T. McHugh, Anjanique J. McKinney, Jacob S. McMahon, Paige E. McNamara, Mura A. McNeil, Emily P. McVeigh, Anna L. Medellin, Alex Medina, Alyssa R. Medina, Crystal K. Medina, Elvia Medina, Eunice Medina, Iban Medina, Jeffrey R. Medina, Giselle M. Medina, Jose Medina, Sam M. Medina, Nancy Medina Carranza, Brittany M. Medrano, Jasmine L. Medrano, Brian L. Myrowski, Brandon Mejia, Carolina Mejia, Madeline C. Mejia, Mauricio I. Mejia, Jr., Nathan A. Mejia, Nydia C. Mejia, Raul Melendez Mercado, Alondra B. Melendres, Vincent K. Melendres, Adrian A. Melgar, Selena M. Melgoza, Amanda J. Mello, Savannah L. Malott, Alexandra Mena, Christina Mena, Saul Mena, Adrian M. Mendez, Anthony Mendez, Jr., Chelsea G. Mendez, Elizabeth Mendez, Ileana R. Mendez, Christy N. Mendez, Laura V. Mendez, Leonardo A. Mendez, Martha C. Mendez, Rachel M. Mendez, Samantha A. Mendez, Yahira Mendez, Pamela M. Mendia Valencia, Andrew J. Mendonça, Blake A. Mendoza, Brianna Mendoza, Cassandra Mendoza, Daniela M. Mendoza, Daisy O. Mendoza, Dennis E. Mendoza, Mitchell S. Mendoza, Osvaldo Mendoza, Serena M. Mendoza, Tori A. Mendoza, Priscilla E. Menendez, Jessica R. Mercado, Jocelyn A. Mercado, Justin Michael L. Mercado, Alejandra Macias Valencia, Sean V. Messina, Anthony Meza, Azalea J. Meza, Christina Meza, Jessica V. Meza, Xavier Meza, Amy Meza Sandoval, Lily E. Michaud, Leonel Michel, Maravik Michua Gomez, Robert G. McHale, Jenna M. Milburn, Cindy L. Miley, Celine J. Milan, David A. Miller, Gabriel A. Miller, Jr., Jesse J. Miller, Caitlin M. Miller, Mariah A. Miller, Thomas E. Miller, Jr., Wendy M. Miller, Adam R. Millett, Pedro N. Mina, Jaslyn A. Minero, Hillary L. Ming White, Caitlin M. Manier, Jesus J. Miramontes, Alejandra Miranda, Cesar C. Miranda, Ian R. Miranda, Jaime A. Miranda, Junk A. Miranda, Stephanie D. Miranda, Valeria N. Mireles, Monique C. Mitchell, Gleb Miturin, Mateo Mobilia, John M. Mokerman III, Alexandra R. Moeller, Courtney C. Moffett, Ellie E. Mogherabi, Mohammed A. Mohammed, Nadia B. Mohammed, Shiva Mohammadizadeh, Eric T. Molog, Brian H. Molina, Joshua L. Molina, Manuel A. Molina, Rodrigo Molina II, Laura E. Molina Salcido, Lance A. Mull, Benjamin C. Mona, Eralina M. Mondragon, Daniel C. Monges, Brisa B. Mongi, Salvador Montano Jr., Jesus A. Montejano, Jacqueline Montemayor, Stephanie M. Montero, Fatima V. Montes, Berlin Montes de Oca, Kimberly Montoya, Sarah A. Moody, Brannon K. Moore, Christine J. Moore, Danny L. Moore, Jr., Demia B. Moore, Ekaterina A. Moore, Hart J. Moore, John M. Moore, Adrian A. Mora, Anais Mora, Gabriela C. Mora, Julio C. Mora, Andres Morales, Anthony Morales, Eric R. Morales, Brittany E. Morales, Cheyenne Morales, Danny M. Morales, Jr., Elizabeth Morales, Jasmine M. Morales, Jessica M. Morales, Maria R. Morales, Natalie Morales, Rodrigo Morales, Stacy Morales, Yesenia Morales, Judith Morales Avila, Yovan Morales Hurtado, Javier Morales Orozco, Alex Moreno, Ashley D. Moreno, Cecilia R. Moreno, Gerardo J. Moreno, Jr., Michael A. Moreno, Michael D. Moreno, Natalie Moreno, Soshit Moreno, Jackson M. Morris, Christina N. Morris, Brittany K. Morrison, James V. Morrison, Carrie L. Morrison, Stephen J. Morrissey, Jason F. Morse, Christopher S. Morton, Jerry Moscoso, Dominic M. Mota, Julissa Mota, Braxton J. Mott, Natalie K. Moore, Megan D. Mountain, Gracia D. Moya, Maria D. Mosqueda, Gislan Muberwa, Joseph S. Muganza, Miriam H. Mohammed, Ali J. Muhammad Baker, Disani B. Mukasa Wilson, Nyambura C. Mukuria, Haley J. Mullay, Alyssa D. Mullins, Sam D. Mumford, Joshua Mungia, Elisandro M. Muniz, Patrick B. Munns, Alberto Munoz Jr., Alejandro Munoz, Karina Munoz, Dania G. Munoz, Jacob P. Munoz, Jessica N. Munoz, Luis G. Munoz Soto, Charmaine J. Munson, Nathan C. Munson, Claudia M. Murillo, Gilbert Murillo, Jr., Jasmine Murillo, Jonathan E. Murillo, Malia D. Murphy, Dimitri I. Murray, Teresa R. Musara, Richard N. Musina, Denise M. Myers, Marika A. Myers, Noah A. Myers-Gilpin, Sarah R. Nagar, Alexander V. Nagorny, Chelsea C. Napier, Beatrice C. Nava, Noemi C. Nava, Mary Navarrete, Thomas Navarrete, Brenda C. Navarro, Diana Navarro, Elizabeth C. Navarro, Carla S. Navarro, Natalia Navarro, Paula G. Navarro, Cheyenne S. Navarro, Stacy A. Navarro, Jennifer M. Navarro de Leon, Itzel G. Navarro Ordaz, Eduardo Navas, Jacqueline Navas, Terry N. Navas, Joshua M. Neal, Angelita M. Negrete, Tatum M. Nelch, Ariana J. Nelson, Benjamin W. Nelson, Lindsay A. Nelson, Mark Nemesio, Daniel J. Nemeth, Angel Neri, Sitlali A. Neri, Zachary R. Neuer, Emily D. Neufeld, Jonathan P. Nevares, Katrina P. Nevares, Soraya Nevares, Tiffany A. Nevat, Scott P. Nevin, Christopher J. Newman, John Michael Newman, Bao G. No, Crystalline U. Wynn, Emily Wynn, Havana D. Wynn, Lan T. Nguyen, Lin T. Win, Fung Huan T. Win, Tui Lin T. Win, Tin D. Win, Brianna L. Win Lee, Jonathan Win Lee, Rachel S. Nicholson, Jennifer A. Nickel, Dor L. Nicholas, Juana I. Nicholas, Jordan A. Nieblas Galvan, Andrea Nieto, Brenda L. Nieto, Emily Nieto, Marco A. Nieto II, Spencer M. Nims, Joshua Nino, Crystal D. Nishimoto, Rachel K. Nobriga Meza, Krista A. Noguera, John C. Nombrado, Taryn N. Nordbeck, Daniela Norlander, Madeline R. Norris, Aya R. Northcutt, Benjamin E. Norton, Isaiah C. Norwood, Jeremy J. Norwood, Edie L. Nottingham, Christopher P. Nunez, Giovanni A. Nunez, Jennifer L. Nunez, Jenny Nunez, Leslie G. Nunez, Tracy Nunez, Kevin Carl Nazi Imba, Christopher D. Oakes, Jessica R. Oakes, Kaylin J. Obando, Tyler V. Obero, Genesis C. Obispo, Kathleen L. O'Brien, Alejandra V. Ocampo, Lauren A. Ocampo, Myra Ocampo, Uriel A. Ochoa, Sarah C. Ochoa Duran, Aya R. Ode, Ragad J. Ode, Carlos V. Ojeda, Josephina A. Okai, Ahmad F. Okde, Jacqueline I. Okwumabua, Karen E. Olague, Janet M. Olivares, Luis G. Olivares Jr., Zuriel Olivas, Randall L. Oliver, Victor A. Oliveros, Rosemary Olivo, Sandy E. Olivo, Alexa L. Aller, Christiana A. Olukoju, Dolores L. Ontiveros, Nicholas T. Ontiveros, Marla M. Onko, Kaylee R. Orovitz, Elizabeth Ordonez, Stephen W. Ordonio, Carlos Orduna, Amanda M. Orellana, Catherine A. Orellana, Amber F. Ornelas, Albert Orozco, Alejandra Orozco, Celia Orozco, Alexis Y. Orozco, Erica A. Orozco, Janet Orozco, Catherine Orozco, Vanessa M. Orozco, Brenda C. Orozco, Andy J. Ortega, Ariana G. Ortega, Arturo Ortega, Brianna R. Ortega, Felipe E. Ortega, Hillary J. Ortega, Jessica Ortega, John A. Ortega, Vanessa Ortega, Aliana P. Ortiz, Anna M. Ortiz, Armando Ortiz Jr., Daniel A. Ortiz, Elise P. Ortiz, Kimberly I. Ortiz, Marie L. Ortiz, Natalie I. Ortiz, Stephanie Ortiz, Giovanni Ortiz Baradas, Cesar J. Oseguera, Christian J. Osio, Abigail O. Osunde, Virak Alexander L. Ove, Ivan P. Oviedo, Graciela C. Pacheco, George Padilla, Irma G. Padilla, Madison L. Padilla, Leonardo Padilla Ramirez, Ashley Padron Posadas, Nicholas M. Pagano, Jose Joel A. Pais, Clarissa M. Pajarito, Israel Pajarito, Waylon B. Pajarito, Brian Pack, Daniel Palacios, Laura Palacios, Vivian J. Palacios, Evan A. Palmer, Kelly C. Palmer, Abigail R. Palomares, Kimberly Palomares, Alexandra Palomera, Bryant R. Palomino, Valerie Palomino, Michelle M. Palouche, Ascension S. Pano, Cheyenne C. Panter, Eduardo Pantoja, Elena L. Papa, Amanda J. Papp, Leslie K. Parada, Annabelle D. Parker, Caleb J. Parker, Frank Para Jr., Paulina Para, Shoshana M. Parrott, Claudia Pascual, Disha J. Patel, Shagun C. Patel, Nestor D. Patino, Sarah K. Patron, Desiree J. Patterson, Jenna A. Patterson, Kaylin L. Patterson, Chloe M. Patton, Paloma G. Patton, Alexandra L. Paul, Purabi Paul, Bridget I. Payan, Elena S. Payton, Michelle N. Pazmino, Nicole D. Pazmino, Nolan D. Pearson II, Stephen M. Pedroza, Daniela Palayo, Jaylene Palayo, Forshay S. Pelham, Samantha R. Palufo, Antonio M. Peña, Isabella M. Peña, Lizandra Peña, Marbella M. Peña, Omar Peña, Yarisbeth Peña, Ashley M. Peñaloza, David A. Pendleton, Candace R. Penn, Manisha J. Paraji, John Anthony C. Peralta, Alfonso Perdomo, Joanne Pareda Navarro, Summer M. Pereira, Jeffrey E. Pereira Moreno, Anthony L. Perez, Armando N. Perez, Betty E. Perez, Brian G. Perez, Christopher P. Perez, Cynthia M. Perez, Giovanni Perez, Isela Perez, Jason P. Perez, Jessica Perez, Jesus Perez, Kimberly M. Perez, Luis A. Perez, Luis A. Perez, Mariana Perez, Mildred Z. Perez, Nancy Yanet H. Perez, Stephen D. Perez, Vanessa Perez Jimenez, Jorge E. Perez Terrero, Martin T. Perina, Craig T. Perkins, Shamara M. Perla, Dion K. Perry, Janice M. Pescara, Kara K. Peterkin, Jessica L. Peters, Clarice J. Peters, Sarah M. Peters, David M. Peterson, Aida E. Peterson, Jonathan A. Petruscu, Cameron T. Pfeiffer, Joseph M. Flew, Cody R. Frunder, Anthony Q. Pham, Brittany Q. Pham, Jessica Pham, Ree H. Pham, T. M. Pham, April N. Phillips, Jennifer C. Phillips, Kiona Phillips, Susan M. Phillips, Sarah J. Philpott, Nicholas D. Phipps, Brianna Picasso, Bailey D. Pickett, Aishel S. Pearson, Cameron F. Pimentel, Javier Pina Jr., Crystal Pineda, Kelsey Pineda, Margaret F. Pignon, Martin J. Pinto Rosales, Bishop R. Pitts, Rosario Plasencia, Jason A. Plukvankpanit, Devon D. Polite, Christine A. Polk, Morgan O. Pollard, Andrea Ponce, Janae D. Ponce, Kiana A. Ponce, Lily Ponce, Richard A. Ponce, Savannah N. Ponce, Tracy D. Pook, Ashlyn L. Poole, Trevor L. Pope, Gabriel Porras Jr., Soshit Porras, Alexandra R. Portillo, Brianna C. Portillo, Montserrat Portillo, Patrick I. Portillo, Sandy Portillo, Joseph S. Porto, Yahaira Posada, Michelai L. Posey, Haley B. Potter, Liz Powell, Rachel A. Powell, Amani T. Pratt, Laura Preciado, Lorenza E. Preciado, Dushawn C. Preston Jr., Delaney M. Prestwich, Amy K. Pruitt, Robert S. Price Jr., Nicole M. Prieto, Lindsay K. Prouty, Melissa R. Pucci, Laura C. Pulido Mendoza, Chelsea N. Pullen, Ranissa Pernamman Ingram, Abdul A. Kadri, Sophia G. Quemwell, Angela R. Quesada, Amirani Quezada, Tanya K. Quezada, Veronica Quiñones, Yvette M. Quiñones, Alicia I. Quintana, Sandra Quintana, Ariana E. Quintana Valle, Antonio M. Quintanilla, Nicole Ann T. Quintans, Jessica K. Quintero, Jonathan E. Quintero, Jocelyn Quintero Reyes, Ariel N. Quinteros, Maria R. Quintos, Axel D. Quiros, Rosie Quiros, Sandra V. Quiros, Yours K. Quitania. Alina J. Rabago. Tamer N. Rabea. Stephanie Rubino. Joshua J. Rakatayan. Jennifer V. Rassellis. Priscilla N. Ragsdale. Janaea M. Rains. Alexis A. Romberg. Alfredo F. Ramirez. Anthony M. Ramirez. Ashley V. Ramirez. Bernadette L. Ramirez. Brenda A. Ramirez. Cian A. Ramirez. Cynthia M. Ramirez. Daniela A. Ramirez. Aaron M. Ramirez. Gustavo A. Ramirez. Hilda I. Ramirez. Jacqueline Ramirez. Jacqueline Ramirez. Jared A. Ramirez. Yarendi Ramirez. Jesse J. Ramirez. John A. Ramirez. Jocelyn Ramirez. Joseph Ramirez, Jr. Joseph Ramirez. Melissa J. Ramirez. Naomi F. Ramirez. Orlando A. Ramirez. Rebecca Ramirez. Sarah I. Ramirez. Valerie Ramirez. Vanessa Ramirez. Veronica Ramirez. Victoria A. Ramirez. Jose Antonio Ramirez Aguilar. Alejandra A. Ramirez Lopez. Gerardo Ramirez Maldonado. Martha J. Ramon. Amirani D. Ramos. Berenice Ramos. Brianna Ramos. Christopher A. Ramos. David J. Ramos. Eric Ramos. Hector A. Ramos. Justin E. Ramos. Diego A. Ramos Cruz. Marisol Ramos Moreno. Kevin S. Ramos Munoz. Diane D. Ranatunga. Jennifer L. Rangel. Jose F. Rangel, Sonia C. Rangel, Teresa R. Rangel, Valerie H. Raranta, Nicholas P. Rasputik, Muskan Rowell, Aubrey N. Raya, Kelly D. Raya, Melina Raya, Crystal Rayon, Araceli Razo, Guillermo Razo Jr., Mariah A. Rebroy, Gilbert J. Racio, Imari R. Reed, Dominique A. Redfern, Carson J. Reed, Holland M. Reed, Kamika L. Reed, Leilani I. Reed, Cheyenne K. Reel, Natalie C. Reese, Alex A. Regalado, Ashley Regalado, Christopher H. Regalado, Samantha M. Ream, Michaela H. Reed, Candace D. Riley, Carrie L. Rice, Vicky M. Renfelt, Christian D. Renteria, Duke Reveles, Angelica Reyes, Antonia M. Reyes, Ariane Reyes, Eleonora G. Reyes, Gabriel Reyes, Jacqueline N. Reyes, Laura Reyes, Leanne Heaven Reyes, Marlene G. Reyes, Natalie R. Reyes, Stacy Reyes, Tanya A. Reyes, Guadalupe K. Reyes Cruz, Kaylee N. Reynolds, Alyssa N. Reynoso, Erica R. Reynoso, Neftali Reynoso, Sitlali Reza, Minya Z. Reza, Victoria E. Resendez, Kalia A. Rhyme, Camille A. Rhine, Alex C. Richard, Janelle C. Richards, Benjamin R. Richardson, Jessica N. Richardson, Gwendolyn R. Richter, Jose Ricketts, Monet A. Ricks, Jolene E. Rico, Angelica L. Riddle, Julianne E. Riddle, Natalie R. Rigaud, Alyssa K. Riggs, Peyton J. Riggs, Chakoya D. Riley, Alan E. Rios, Jewel Rios, Nicole D. Rios, Sylvia Rios, Vanessa Rios, Aldo Rios Covarrubias, Gerardo Rios Espeleta, Jacob M. Ritchie, Irene Rivaroli, Giancarlo Rivas, Jennifer Rivas, Jody L. Rivas, Bridget K. Rivera, Sherry J. Rivera, Corinne E. Rivera, Debbie Rivera, Delana M. Rivera, Destiny L. Rivera, Diane Rivera, Esmeralda Rivera, Irene Rivera, James Miguel B. Rivera, Kelvin S. Rivera, Taylor D. Ricks, Louis A. Roa, Brianna L. Rourke, Damian D. Robbins, Jr., Heather J. Roberts, Joshua G. Roberts, Alana A. Robinson, Devin D. Robinson, Maya V. Roble, Adriana D. Robles, Andrew K. Robles, Ashley M. Robles, Estela Robles, Gabriela Robles, Kathleen Robles, Lucia V. Robles, Mireya V. Robles, Natalie Robles, Elias G. Rocha, Jose L. Rocha III, Stella N. Rocha, Nicholas C. Rock, Haley D. Rockwell, Dana C. Rogers, Maria G. Rodriguez, Alexander M. Rodriguez, Allison N. Rodriguez, Anthony Rodriguez, Bibiana Rodriguez, Brianna M. Rodriguez, Diego A. Rodriguez, Dulce A. Rodriguez, Elise N. Rodriguez, Estefany Rodriguez, Isabella E. Rodriguez, Jeffrey Rodriguez, Jessica L. Rodriguez, Jessica M. Rodriguez, Jessica E. Rodriguez, Jorge A. Rodriguez, Jose M. Rodriguez Jr., Leslie G. Rodriguez, Leslie Rodriguez, Leslie G. Rodriguez, Lisa M. Rodriguez, Maritza Rodriguez, Martha N. Rodriguez, Marissa R. Rodriguez, Miguel A. Rodriguez, Nashblin E. Rodriguez, Patrick A. Rodriguez, Robert B. Rodriguez, Robert G. Rodriguez, Rocio Rodriguez, Ruth Rodriguez, Sabrina R. Rodriguez, Savannah K. Rodriguez, Stephen Rodriguez, Stevie Raylene W. Rodriguez, Victoria E. Rodriguez, Yesenia Rodriguez, Jacqueline Rodriguez del Villar, Leonardo B. Rodriguez Fuentes, Nancy Rodriguez Rios, Ashley L. Rodriguez Rivera, Michelle K. Roeder, Eileen H. Rojas, Alex P. Rojas, Angelica A. Rojas, Daniel Rojas, Jocelyn G. Rojas, Maria L. Rojas, Rudy J. Rojas, Victor G. Rojas, Jr., Kelly Rojas Garcia, Gilberto Rojas Leon, Alondra G. Rojas Hernandez, Maria Roldan Gonzalez, Alyssa L. Rolag, Joseph E. Rom, Alexandra E. Romero, America A. Romero, Annabelle Romero, Cynthia G. Romero, Ed Romero, Elaine Romero, Jose O. Romero, Luis A. Romero, Marie Romero, Melody K. Romero, Ashley Romero Pitones, Matthias W. Rommelfanger, Renee K. Romo Jr., Desi J. Ronces, Jose C. Roque, Carlos A. Rosado, Lizbeth Rosado, Adriana I. Rosales, Bibiana V. Rosales, Marie Frances Rosales, Nadia R. Rosales, Vanessa Rosales, Victor H. Rosales, Roxana Rosales Espitia, Yvette Rosas, Leslie Rosas, Hugo J. Rocio, Nicholas W. Rosengard, Mariella Rossi, Troy W. Rowe, Fletcher N. Rowland, Sidney E. Roy, Juliana Rubio, Amanda M. Rue, Geroldo J. Ruelas, Tamara L. Ruffin Martin, Alejandro Ruiz, Alex B. Ruiz, Anna M. Ruiz, Angel Ruiz, Angelica Ruiz, Clarissa M. Ruiz, Elizabeth C. Ruiz, Isabel Y. Ruiz, Janet E. Ruiz, Clarissa C. Ruiz, Luis F. Ruiz, Oscar G. Ruiz, Rafael E. Ruiz, Tanya V. Ruiz, Rosie C. Ruiz Dominguez, James Rungsawang, William O. Runyon, Brian E. Russell II, Michelle R. Russell, Erica L. Ruvalcaba, Rocio E. Ruvalcaba, Zaylee L. Ryan, Michael A. Saavedra, Tariq Saba, Abdelrahman A. Saba, Dana L. Sacconi, Ethan I. Sachs, Thomas W. Sackett, Witsanawat Sainwang, Ethan S. Sines, Robert J. Science, Amanda K. Safipur, Maisha Y. Saffold, Valeria C. Safford, Cinder N. Sagala, April Sahagun Bariga, Sana Saif, April Salazar, David A. Salazar, Jose G. Salazar, Mary J. Salazar, Angel G. Salcido, Gracia Saldana, Kiriam A. Saldana, Sarah M. Saldana, Sophia R. Saldana, Thomas Saldana, Melissa Saldana Munguia, Jennifer M. Salgado, Joshua J. Salgado, Samantha Salgado, Eileen Salinas, David L. Salinas, Gabino E. Salinas, Christopher S. Salomon, Karam Saman, Juan J. Samanamud Jr., Jorge E. Samano, Karen A. Samano, Vanessa N. Samaron, Mateo S. Zamora, Aliana Marie A. Sampson, Quentin E. Samuda, Thierry Miyat San, Adam D. Sanchez, Alexis M. Sanchez, Amador Sanchez Jr., Ashley N. Sanchez, Brian R. Sanchez, Candle W. Sanchez, Carlos V. Sanchez, Christian Sanchez, Daisy M. Sanchez, Damian P. Sanchez, Elizabeth Sanchez, Elizabeth C. Sanchez, Jacob Ray A. Sanchez, Julian Sanchez, Michael D. Sanchez, Natalie A. Sanchez, Nicholas V. Sanchez, Octavio Sanchez Jr., Priscilla Sanchez, Renee F. Sanchez, Sheila I. Sanchez, Sophia S. Sanchez, Taylor J. Sanchez, Vanessa E. Sanchez, Christian Sanchez Davila, Rigoberto Sanchez Lopez, Victor R. Sanchez Jr., Alma J. Sanchez Morales, Michael W. Sanderson, Francine B. Sandoval, Juliana M. Sandoval, Kimberly J. Sandoval, Lindsay E. Sandoval, Alejandra Sandoval Jaramillo, Jaden R. Sanford, Valeria M. Sangrador Shanfro, Alejandra Santa Cruz, Shitlali Santa Cruz, Martha V. Santa Maria, Denise A. Santana, Joseph A. Santana, Lizette Santana, Montserrat Santana, Luis A. Santos, Magali Santos Gomez, Tracy V. Sanzaro, Gerardo Sarabia, Ariana K. Saruth, Bijan C. Sassaninia, Shannon K. Satchel, Cheyenne P. Salceda, Daisy D. Salcedo, Marlene Salcedo, Christian J. Saunders, Bethany N. Savage, Guadalupe M. Savala, Jacob R. Saylor, Jacob M. Scambray, Cristofo M. Scarano, Ashley N. Schaefer, Samoriah S. Scherer, Kaylee A. Schatz, Trinidad T. Shear, Matthew S. Schilling III, Christopher R. Schlenker, Mark A. Schlenker, Marissa N. Schmidt, Adam M. Schofield, Justin R. Schubert, Jessica L. Salepi, Asano L. Scott, Francis L. Scott, Janice B. Scott, Maria E. Scott, Rihanna K. Scott, Sarah E. Scott, Sierra A. Scott, Kara N. Scroggins, Harrison P. Scullin, Bernard J. Seal III, Kristen M. Seaman, Felicia M. Sidoris, Karina Segura, Julie R. Siegler, Roberta Sentosa, Brianna V. Cepeda, Janie F. Sepulveda, Shane L. Surratt, Alyssa H. Cerna, Brenda Cerna, Cassandra Serrano, Daniel Serrano, Teresa H. Serrano, Emma J. Saros, Lorena J. Sessions, Dylan B. Sessler, Justin D. Settles, Adam Sevilla, Oscar E. Sevilla Mendoza, Joshua M. Seidel, Kristen B. Schaefer, Masada K. Shalabi, Jade S. Sham, Shubham Sharma, Catherine A. Shaw, Elizabeth K. Shaw, Amira R. Shawabke, Ashley N. Shea, Brady E. Sheehan, Chandni P. Shalat, Suraj Shalat, Olivia L. Shelton, Zena J. Shanawi, Daniel S. Shepard, Randy N. Scherer, Katarina F. Shee, Brett R. Shiflett, Virginia Shee, Abigail W. Shikul Katacha, Jasmine M. Shuey, Stacy M. Sick, Shiza Siddiqui, Brittany C. Sierra, Lisa H. Sievers, Eduardo Silas, Davis R. Silva, Felix E. Silva, Ivory S. Silva, Kathleen Silva, Mauricio Silva, Raquel Silva, Ruth Silva, Vincent L. Silva, Adriana Silva Lujano, Annette Silvas, Nathaniel B. Sylvester, Tatiana N. Simmons, Erica R. Simmons, Crystal L. Simmons, Michelle M. Sims, Mishiki A. Sims, Stephanie A. Simons, Aaron J. Simpson, Amripal Singh, Manpreet N. Singh, Sanmeek Singh, Shafreen Singh, Cassidy J. Siordian, Florian P. Servin, Tanner P. Sisk, Ivan A. Sizomvang, Ferdinand S. Cisan Jr., Angela D. Skaggs, Jaylene I. Slack, Connor L. Slape, Heidi Slater, Nicholas R. Slayman, Stuart Slesser Jr., Patricia A. Smalley, Cody D. Smilden, Bethany A. Smith, Corey J. Smith, Daniel C. Smith, Gaston A. Smith, Jabril A. Smith, Cameron A. Smith, Cariana L. Smith, Kyla D. Smith, Mary Jane H. Smith, Paige A. Smith, Ryan M. Smith, Sarah J. Smith, Teresa L. Smith, Victoria L. Smith, Tanisha A. Smith Shannon, Micah D. Snook, Morgan A. Snow, Kara R. Snowball, Jessica L. Solis, Jocelyn B. Solis, Justin A. Solis, Bailey E. Solis, Christina Solorio, Kimberly Y. Solorio, Rose S. Song, Cynthia E. Sorensen, Jordan P. Sorensen, Ruben Soria, Janine J. Soriano, Jessica Sosa, Jose G. Sosa, Manuel Sosa, Caesar E. Sotelo, Laura A. Sotelo, Brenda Soto, Gretel G. Soto, Janahi Soto, Nancy L. Soto, Vanessa Soto, Anne-Marie Spar, Marcella M. Sparger, Morgan S. Spencer, Aaron Splinker Fernandez, Aaron S. Spratley, Brianne D. St. Clair, Alexander J. Staling, Michael D. Stolnecker, Sabrina L. Stark, Caitlin R. Stayanoff, Chris M. Steckler, Brittany D. Steele, Melissa S. Steele, Christopher M. Steinlein, Odalie D. Stenard, Desiree L. Stepp, Davon A. Sterling, Josiah J. Stevens, Patrick L. Stitch, Sawyer C. Stidham, Chabner M. Stalker, Erica L. Stalker, Andrea C. Stoffel, Samantha S. Stone, Allison R. Stoneberg, Charles R. Street III. Christine B. Stretz. Mason E. Strickland. Lori M. Stewart. Danielle E. Studebaker. David L. Sturtz. Holly A. Stwally. Destiny A. Suarez. Liliana Suarez. Valerie J. Suarez. Alexa Suarez Valdivinos. Daniel Suastigi. Samantha M. Subang. Esra Soor. Bradley A. Summers. Shanae R. Sumner. Zachary J. Servilis. Christian J. Sutherland. Chloe G. Swain. Wendy P. Sweeney. Sarah S. Swoboda. Nofal Z. Sayefidin. Rita S. Sayed. Gustavo Tabares. Jacob F. Tafoya. Alyssa R. Taja. Amanda Tajimaroa Huerta. Christine Joy Tandak. Giancarlo M. Tanwenko. Christine D. Town. Anna M. Tapia. Iran D. Tapia. Lucia M. Tapia. Maria R. Tapia. Adrian A. Tarango. Elizabeth Tavira Guzman. Edgerton A. Taylor III. Olivia G. Taylor. Warren Taylor. Arlene Tejeda. Maritza K. Tejeda. Anthony V. Teles. Jose T. Temblador. Irbai B. Temel Jr. Luke W. Templeman. Kara L. Templin. Corinne A. Tenney. Priscilla Tenorio. Laura C. Tepazano. Nayeli Teran. Cassie L. Terrazone. Alexis C. Terrell. Carolina Terriquez. Abril Terrones. Haley Terry Hobson. Johnny J. Thavazay, Nicole M. Thewell, India K. Thind, Aaliyah S. Thomas, Connor M. Thomas, Justin P. Thomas, Samantha A. Thompson, Christy R. Thompson, Jordan L. Thompson, Dakota L. Tompton, Zion M. Thorne, Andrea C. Tidd, Sherry B. Tu, Azarina D. Till, Autumn M. Tim, Courtney M. Tyndall, Cindy M. Toe, Joshua D. Todd, Sanaz Togian, Katie R. Toller, Evan J. Tolley, Taylor L. Tolliver, Harrison K. Toma, Lawrence P. Tomlin, Maricela Toops, Guadalupe Topete, Joseph Topino, Isaac V. Torsha, Angel Toribio, Nicole A. Tormey, Aaron G. Torres, Alexi Torres, Alexis Torres, Antonia M. Torres, Ariana Torres, Christiana M. Torres, Daphne Torres, Elizabeth R. Torres, Emily V. Torres, Emmanuel Torres, Ernesto Torres Jr., Evelyn Torres, Genevieve Torres, Glenda V. Torres, Jaciel S. Torres, Josiah A. Torres, Kimberlyn Torres, Leslie J. Torres, Luis P. Torres, Maribel Torres, Marisol Torres, Maritza Torres, Michael A. Torres, Sabrina Torres, Victoria N. Torres, Yadira C. Torres, Maria I. Torres Cantaron, Katie R. Torres Guerrero, Pedro D. Torres Martinez, Brian I. Toscano, Salvador C. Toscano, Jamina B. Tostado, Alexis U. Tovar, Jack M. Townsend, Joshua R. Townsend, Leslie J. Townsend, Daniela Toy, Surileda H. Trayan, Stephanie S. Trainer, David T. Tran, Jean-Pierre L. Tran, Christine Tran, Mary K. Tran, Fung N. Tran, Tui T. Tran, Jordan R. Trailer, Nia R. Trailer, Jocelyn Trejo, Julia X. Trejo, Vanessa Trejo Leyva, Connor J. Trim, Julia Trinidad, Tyler N. Tropit, Jarrell Trotter Jr., Brockton W. Troutman, Bryant Trujillo, Christian Trujillo, Julie H. Trujillo Kisner, Christina M. Sabas, Luma J. Tsakanius, Thomas J. Tuff, Roderick A. Tumalad, Gary L. Tunstall III, Hannah M. Tanuli, Natalie A. Turfs, Giuliano M. Turner, Kayana N. Turner, Tassandra N. Turton, Shane C. Twist, Lindsay M. Tyree, Daniel J. Uloa, Michelle E. Umali, Yvonne Anoya, Jeanette Urania, Martita L. Ureno de Arias, Jesus N. Uriarte, Diego J. Urias, David Uribe, Natalie Uribe, Yolanda S. Uribe, Mirza Y. Urquilla, Tuipulotu E. Vayaku, Veronica Valadez Ramirez, Maria T. Valdez, Alva J. Valdez, Christian A. Valdez, Christopher B. Valdez, Rihanna L. Valdez, Yesenia P. Valdez, Areli T. Valdez Benhumeya, Naire K. Valdivia, Juanita D. Valdivius, Lilia V. Valdivius, Luis A. Valdivinos Sr., Ariamne Valencia, Danny P. Valencia, Loretta Valencia, Robin M. Valencia, Adrian Valenzuela, Geraldine Valenzuela, Jason R. Valenzuela, Marco A. Valenzuela, Christian E. Valle, Marlena A. Vallejo, Perla G. Vallejo, Jordan A. Valles, Diana P. Vallon, Aiden R. Van Gossen, Marina D. Van Alstyne, Ryan D. Vance, Malachi A. Van, Georgina G. Vanyo-Lees, Brandon S. Varela, Elizabeth N. Varela, Martin D. Varela, Anna Y. Vargas, Angelica J. Vargas, Christina K. Vargas, Erica O. Vargas, Kimberly Vargas, Marisol A. Vargas, Nicholas S. Vargas, Nicole G. Vargas, Noli Vargas, Yesenia Vargas, Tanya A. Verona, Valerie V. Vartan, Aid Vasquez, Alejandra R. Vasquez, Sonia L. Vasquez, Tyler O. Vasquez, Abigail R. Vaughn, Marvana S. Baxter, Alexia L. Vasquez, Antonio D. Vasquez, Giselle Vasquez, Jepsibet Vasquez, Karina Vasquez, Lorenzo M. Vasquez I, Mari Cruz Vasquez, Michelle Vasquez, Rebecca E. Vasquez, Juan C. Vasquez Ocampo, Maria G. Vasquez de la Torre, Alexandra A. Vega, Bianca Vega, Chloe K. Vega, Daisy Vega, Iris J. Vega, Noemi C. Vega, Cynthia Vega Rodriguez, Tatiana Vega Garcia, Brian A. Vela Avila, Angelica Velarde, Anais Velasco, Brooklyn K. Velasco, Patricia L. Velasco, Samantha M. Velasco, Stacy Velasco, Brianna M. Velasquez, Joanna R. Velasquez, Juan G. Velasquez Jr., Jorge E. Velasquez, Linda M. Velasquez, Melina Velasquez, Cada Y. Velasquez Lascano, Alejandra Velez, Amy Velez, Yahaira J. Veliz, Jose Venegas Jr., Sergio D. Venegas, Vanessa Venegas, Kendrick C. Ventayan, Rosalia Ventura, Leonardo D. Venturina, Andrea Vera, Alexis Marie Q. Verango, Brenda Verduzco, Samantha M. Vergara, Raymond R. Verplank, Amanda L. Vetter, Mauro J. Vena, Daniel Vieira, Montserrat I. Vicente, Jessica M. Victorino, Georgina G. Vidal, Sally M. Vidana, Cheyenne K. Vidana, Evan J. Vigras, Mena Villafanfacti, Alexandra L. Villa, Brandon Villa, David G. Villa, Crystal M. Villa, Brandon A. Villacres, Elizabeth A. Villafana Garcia, Guadalupe S. Villalobos, Joan Villalobos, Adrian J. Villaman, Alexia G. Villanueva, Ayara J. Villanueva, Jordan Villanueva, Nora E. Villanueva, Daniel D. Villarreal, Natalie Villarreal, Christina Villavicencio, Faith R. Villegas, Charles Vileskis, Sydney N. Vincent, Nicholas S. Vist, Jasmine Vizcaino, Ulitzi A. Vizcara, Feng B. Vo, Son N. Vo, Dwin D. Vong, Do T. Vu, Lehio Vu, Linda P. Vu, Michael N. Vu, Fong Y. Vu, Amy A. Wofford, Brianna A. Walker, Courtney T. Walker, Daniel C. Walker, Ella M. Walker, Kaylee L. Walker, Melvin A. Walker II, Robert D. Wallace, Kaylee M. Wallach, Kayla R. Walls, Samantha M. Walton, Aaron L. Wanamaker, Monica Wang, Xiaowei Wang, Zixin Wang, Emily Ann S. Ward, Samantha R. Ward, Sean L. Ward, Jr., Nicole F. Warrington, Galia G. Wharton, Destiny S. Washington, Paul G. Wasif, Marn D. Waterman, Matthew D. Watts, Adam K. Wayman, Logan P. Webb, Shelby E. Webb, Madeline L. Waddell, Joni M. Weeks, Rory D. Welch, Caitlin L. Wells, Ivana K. Wense Pinella, Amber R. Wentworth, Stephanie A. Wepler, Sarah J. Werner, Scott H. Wharton, Brian H. West, Mina L. West, Brooke M. Weston, Jordan E. Whalen, Layla J. Whitaker, Angela K. White, Joanne M. White, Patrick N. White, Esperanza N. Widja, Amy C. Wilhite, Brittany R. Williams, Candace R. Williams, Chelsea S. Williams, Connor A. Williams, Faith L. Williams, Emaine M. Williams, Lihoa A. Williams, Mako N. Williams, Marina K. Williams, Marles J. Williams, Rosaline M. Williams, Sheila R. Williams, Angela N. Willis, Nia S. Willis, Ashley A. Wilson, Karina D. Wilson, Elizabeth M. Wilson, Grace E. Wilson, Kyla M. Wilson, Matthew J. Wilson, Serene R. Wilson, Tanner R. Wilson, Dakota G. Whiprecht, Jeanette A. Wolfarth, Dayton D. Wong, Kristen K. Wood, Alonzo X. Woolridge, Desiree M. Worrell Perry, Christina S. Worthy, Megan A. Wright, Sitsang Wu, Teresa Wyckoff, Mariah C. Zayavong, Alanis Z. Yanes, Matthew G. Yang. Ahmad K. Yassin. Dylan A. Yazdani. Anna L. Ibanez. Jolie A. Ibarbo. Christian Ibarra. Junatis G. Aiko Perez. Veronica S. Inestrosa. Hyun Chung Yu. Yoon J. Yu. Leanne D. Yu. Brianna M. Young. Kylan R. Young. Rachel S. Young. Richard G. Young. Simon T. Young. Lanisha N. Youngblood. Amir Mahdi Zaki Khani. Sierra N. Zamaripa. Kimberly Zamora. Maria G. Zamora. Yerhidi Zamora. Jessica J. Zappia. Carla I. Zaragoza. Litzy D. Zaragoza Urbano. Justino A. Zarate. Lizette D. Zarate. Brianna N. Zarazua. Stephanie Zavala. Valeria J. Zavala. Jasmine C. Zavaleta. Blanca D. Zeladon. Gabrielle M. Zemlock. Martin A. Zendejas. Ilsa Daniela Zepeda. Kimberly Zepeda. Ying Zhang. Catherine A. Zhao. Shuiwei Zhao. Yuantian Zhou. Jing Zhu. Anthony J. Zubilyaga. Ariana Zuniga.